Daggerland, Ohio, 1991. George Lost and David Winters were 8 years old, barefoot on the beach with pockets full of rocks they'd been collecting all week. George was the sturdier of the two, already broad through the shoulders, his dark hair falling stubbornly into his eyes as he squinted out at the water. David was a little taller, leaner, with a grin that usually came first and words that came faster. Blonde hair stuck up in the breeze, always a little wild, no matter how many times his mom tried to comb it down. Where George liked to study the water, David would rather test it, skipping stones farther, wading out deeper, daring George to follow. That night the lake was calm, washed pink with the last light of the day. The boys had chased each other down from the bluffs, seeing who could reach the shoreline first. Out of breath, George bent to retrieve a flat stone when David's voice cut off mid-sentence. "George," he said quietly. George followed his stare. Something had washed up on the beach. At first, he thought it was just a fish, a big one, bigger than he'd ever seen. But the closer they got, the more it looked like something was wrong. Its belly was torn open, ribs showing white in the dusk, the insides gone, and the marks along its scales, not teeth, not a propeller, but long raked lines like claws. They stood there, the surf slapping at their ankles. George's stone slipped from his fingers. "What did that?" David asked. George shook his head, though the truth was he didn't want to know. "Maybe a bigger fish," he muttered. "No fish does that," David replied, crouching closer, eyes locked on the marks. Nervous, George kicked sand at it, forcing a grin. "Come on, let's go back up." But David kept staring. Later, as adults, they wouldn't remember finding that fish. What they would remember was the feeling that summer, the hush of Lake Erie, and the sense that something was out there. Daggerland, present day. David Winters worked lake patrol on Lake Erie. Some shifts ran through the day, checking buoys, logging currents, towing in the fishermen whose engines gave out. Other shifts went through the night, when the curfew breakers, drunks, and kids with more nerve than sense came out. Either way, if there was work to do on the lake, David was the one sent out. Daggerland only had a handful of working boats left, and David's two were the only reliable ones. One was the county's Boston Whaler Guardian, the 27-footer he used for patrol. The other was his Cal 39 sailboat, Claire, tied up at the dock like a memory he couldn't let go of. The rest of the fleet was junk, skiffs patched more times than painted, fishing boats that rattled apart in rough water, one old trawler that leaked oil so bad you could follow its rainbow sheen from the marina clear out to the bluffs. If you needed a boat you could count on, you went to David. The patrol boat was not pretty. Fiberglass hull, twin outboards, a floodlight bolted to the bow. Loud but dependable, the kind of boat you sent out when the lake started taking more than it gave. Most shifts were quiet. A curfew breaker, a drunk stalled in the harbor, kids testing themselves against the dark. But after Samantha, after Josh, after the Harpers, quiet did not mean safe. It meant waiting. Since Samantha Granger went missing, nothing in town had felt the same. She was 8, and her footprints just stopped near the bluff. No body, no signs of a struggle. It was like the lake opened up and took her whole. 2 days later, Josh Maddox disappeared, and though he came back alive, it wasn't without a cost. George and David saw something that day on the shoreline. Tall, grinning, claws in the mud. And then the Harpers tried to run. Their SUV died out on Lake Road, and by the time help reached them, the parents were gone. Only the kids survived, thanks to the town mechanic, Marcus Wilkins. That's what Daggerland had become in just a matter of weeks. A place where the lake didn't just take lives, it swallowed families whole. And that was when Sheriff George Lost laid down the rules. Stay out of the water. No walking the shoreline alone. No kids near the bluffs. If you saw something, you called the sheriff. Those rules hung over Daggerland like a curfew bell everyone heard, whether they wanted to or not. But rules only went so far. George still had to walk the land. David still had to patrol the water. They didn't have a choice. Most shifts started the same. David cast off from the marina, the whaler's twin outboards coughing once before settling into their steady hum. First stop was the buoys, circling them one by one, making notes on which were drifting out of line or needed new paint. That morning, he hauled a fisherman back in after his motor gave out halfway to Palmer's Bluff. The man muttered about bad fuel and kicked at his tackle box the whole ride, but David didn't press him. He just dropped the guy at the dock, filled out the tow report, and moved on. Later, he spotted a couple of teenagers in a dented skiff, trying their luck where they weren't supposed to be. Not far from the rocks, lines dangling into the water like they were after perch. David eased up alongside, told them to pack it in, and didn't leave until they were headed back toward town with sour looks on their faces. It wasn't glamorous work. Most shifts were like this. Drunks, kids, busted motors. But David kept at it. Every pass across the lake a reminder that quiet didn't mean safe. By late morning, David had tied the whaler off, filled out his logbook, and driven the few miles back inland. He liked living away from the shoreline, where the air smelled like grass and pavement instead of weeds and brine. At night, cicadas were the loudest thing you heard, not the steady breathing of the lake. He'd barely swung the truck door shut when the screen door banged open and Owen came barreling out of the house, glove already on, his dog Crichton trotting close behind. "Dad, catch!" Owen held up the ball like it was a badge. David gave a tired smile. "You don't waste any time, do you?" "You promised," Owen said, already jogging backward into the yard. Crichton bounded a few steps after him before circling back, head tilted, as if to make sure David was coming too. David sighed, rolling his shoulders. "Give me 5 minutes." "Sheriff Lost says procrastination is the enemy of discipline," Owen replied. David rolled his eyes. "What is the Sheriff Jocko Willink now?" Owen stood in thought for a moment at that. Jocko what?" "Doesn't matter," David replied, shaking his head and picking up his glove from the porch rail. "All right, let's see what you got." They started throwing easy. Owen's high and wild, but full of energy. Between throws, Owen rattled off facts he'd picked up from George. "Hey, Dad, did you know cops have 10 codes for everything? Like 10-7 means out of service." David snagged the ball from the air. "Yeah? Wait, you calling me out of service?" Owen smiled. David tossed it back. "Yeah, you keep talking like that, and you're going to be writing parking tickets before you're 10. Owen scrunched his nose. I don't want to write tickets. I want to chase bad guys." "Chase bad guys, huh?" David said, grabbing the ball again. "That's a lot of running." "I'm fast," Owen shot back. David sent an easy lob. "Not faster than Crichton." "True," Owen admitted, glove smacking shut as he caught it on the second try. "But George says you don't have to be the fastest, you just have to be the one who doesn't quit." David looked back. "Yeah, that sounds like something George would say." They kept tossing the ball until Owen's arm tired out and his throw sagged low. Finally, David clapped the glove shut. "All right, that's enough for now," he said. "Go wash up. Lunch in a bit." Owen thought for a second, then gave a small nod and ran toward the porch, glove still dangling on his hand. Crichton followed closely behind. David watched them go, the house quiet behind him, the yard still. For a few moments, it felt almost normal. George Lost walked Main Street late that afternoon, the sun sitting low enough to cast long shadows off the buildings. Daggerland was unusually quiet. Storefronts that used to stay open until dinner were already dark. Closed signs flipped early, blinds drawn. A couple of folks waved as he passed, but mostly they kept their heads down, locking up, silently hurrying home. He stopped outside Miller's Hardware, the owner dragging the front gate closed with a loud rattle of chain. George gave him a nod and kept moving, his boots heavy on the pavement. The town wasn't deserted, just hushed, like everyone was waiting for something. Back in the cruiser, he thumbed through his phone until Laura picked up. The line crackled a bit. She was still inland, staying with her mother. "Hey," George said. "Just checking in." Her voice was warm, steady. "We're fine. The market was busy this morning, full of people. Everything seems normal out here." "Good, that's good," he said, glancing down Main, where the streetlights hadn't even clicked on yet, and half the houses already sat dark. "Feels empty here." On the other end, Laura hesitated. She thought about the woman she'd seen at the market earlier, a young mom with a toddler tugging at her coat, the way she'd bent to fix the child's hat, gentle, patient. It had cut sharper than she expected, left an ache she carried with her all day. Pregnancy tests tucked under her bathroom sink flashed through her mind, one after another. The waiting, the disappointment. The way George never said much about it, but she could see it on his face. She didn't say any of that now. Instead, she asked, "Any updates?" George rubbed at his jaw, eyes drifting down the empty street. No, nothing new. Folks are staying inside. Deputies are making their rounds." He let it hang there, vague. Like if he didn't put details to the fear, it couldn't grow. Laura was quiet for a moment. "Be careful." Neither of them said what they were really thinking. I should let you go," she said finally. "You've got work." "Yeah," George began. "Get some rest if you can." "I'll try," she replied. The line went dead, leaving George staring at his own reflection in the windshield. For a moment, he sat there, listening to the creak of the cruiser settling and the faint hush of wind in the trees. Then he started the engine and eased it back onto Main Street. Later that day, David was on evening patrol. In truth, he was on most of them. The county technically called it a roster, but that made it sound bigger than it was. In reality, David handled nearly everything on the water. There was one alternate, a part-timer from Ashtabula, who showed up when he felt like it. But most nights, most days, if something happened on Lake Erie, it was David's problem. He'd put in a few hours that morning, caught some sleep in the afternoon, and by dusk he was back at the marina. That was the rhythm of it. Sleep in chunks, eat when he could, and try to keep the house from feeling too empty in between. Whenever David had a shift, Owen went with his grandfather. It had been that way since Claire died. Joe only lived about 5 minutes away, and he never once complained about picking the boy up. If anything, he seemed glad for it. He'd take Owen out to eat at whatever diner was still open, or walk him through the yard teaching him how to stack wood and tie knots. Owen loved it. The boy lit up when Joe's truck pulled in, like it was the best part of his week. David knew that his son loved him, but the kid adored his grandfather. With Joe, there was always time for play or a lesson. With David, there were patrol logs, radio calls, and the lake pressing in at every hour. When Joe came to the house, the two men barely spoke. A nod one way, a nod back, a quick, "You good?" before Owen and his dog scrambled into the truck. Their history sat between them. They didn't pick at it, didn't name it. David went to work, Joe took the boy, and that was how it was. The Guardian sat rocking gently at its slip, fiberglass hull creaking against the pilings. David stowed his clipboard and a thermos of coffee under the console, checked the spotlight, the radio, the fuel. Habit more than anything. If something went wrong out there, you didn't want to find yourself unprepared. He throttled out of the harbor, the outboards growling as the lights of town fell away behind him. Lake Erie stretched wide and black ahead of him, the sky dimming into shades of purple. Out here, the rules meant nothing. Out here, it was just him, the water, and the creatures beneath. The first hour passed quietly. He logged a buoy off its mooring, noted a large drifting branch that could cause trouble for small boats. A lone gull circled and settled on the waves, its cry reminding him he wasn't the only living thing out here. He leaned back against the bench, scanning the horizon. The air was calm, carrying that watery tang that always came off the lake after sundown. It was the kind of night where you could almost let your guard down. Almost. David was mid-turn, spotlight sweeping over the surface, when he saw it. A thin gray wisp rising into the twilight sky. At first it looked like a low cloud, but it didn't move with the wind. It went straight up. Smoke. He sat forward, adjusted the throttle. The whaler surged ahead, cutting a narrow wake across the flat water. The column of smoke grew as he drew closer. It moved low across the water, heavy and black, carrying the stench of burning fuel. As the whaler pushed on, the outline of a boat rose out of the haze. The old trawler. Even from a distance, David recognized it by the sag of its stern and the slouch of its cabin roof. Frank Greeley's wreck. Everyone in town knew it. Frank lived on that trawler, although everyone in Daggerland pretended he didn't. Officially, he had a small apartment above the laundromat, but anyone who spent more than 5 minutes near the docks knew better. The boat was patched with scrap aluminum in places. Its cabin roof tarred and tarred again, windows stuffed with yellowing insulation to keep out the wind. Inside, the galley table was cluttered with beer bottles and half-fixed radios, the bunk stacked with greasy blankets and dog-eared magazines. Messy didn't begin to cover it, but somehow the thing stayed afloat. Frank knew enough about engines and wiring to keep her running, and when someone's outboard sputtered, he was usually the first with a wrench in his hand. The wreck was his, and he was going to make sure she lived as long as he did. But now its backside was burning. Flames licked up through the decking around the engine compartment, sparks bursting like gunfire every few seconds. The hull groaned with the heat, the sound carrying across the otherwise still water. David throttled down just short of it, letting the whaler drift a few yards closer. The hot smoke hit his face like opening an oven. He coughed once, pulled the radio mic, and pressed the button. "George, you there? It's David. I got eyes on Frank Greeley's trawler. Stern's on fire. He's still aboard." Static broke. Then George's voice came through, tight and quick. "How bad?" "Bad. Engine housing's cooked," David replied. "You want me to send anyone?" George asked. Nah, by the time they got here, it'd be over," David said. He clipped the mic back in place, grabbed a coil of rope, and edged the whaler alongside. Frank staggered into view near the port rail. His face was streaked with soot, hair singed, coughing so hard his knees buckled with each fit. He waved one arm, more panic than signal. "Frank!" David shouted. "You gotta jump!" Frank shook his head violently, tried to speak, and doubled over, hacking. David looped the line in one hand. "Then grab this!" He heaved it across the narrow strip of water. Frank reached, missed, and nearly pitched forward into the flames. For a sick instant, David thought he was gone. Then Frank clawed at the rope, both hands seizing it like a lifeline. All right, hold tight," David said, as he braced his boots against the gunwale and held the rope steady. Frank half climbed, half fell over his own railing, smacked hard against the whaler's side, and David leaned out, hooking his arms under the man's shoulders. Come on. He dragged him up and over, both of them collapsing onto the whaler's deck. Frank's skin was hot, his shirt scorched in places, smoke still rolling off him. Behind them, the trawler gave a deep metallic groan. Something inside the stern popped loud enough to rattle David's teeth. A split second later, the back half of the boat belched fire, a muffled boom pushing a wave of heat out across the water. Shit. David scrambled upright and shoved the throttle forward. The whaler roared ahead, wake chopping the surface as the trawler's flames climbed higher, twisting orange against the dark sky. Frank rolled to his side, gagging, clutching at David's leg. His eyes watered, his voice raw. It wasn't the wiring. This ain't my fault, Dave, he rasped. He coughed hard, then forced it out again. Something hit the hull hard right before it went. David stared down at him, heart pounding, the words hanging between them. His eyes lifted to the water. The whaler's wake spread out behind them, white foam already settling back into black glass. Nothing moved out there. No ripple, no shadow. Just the steady hush of Lake Erie. Still, David slid his hand to his sidearm. He knew it wouldn't do much good if the thing decided to move now, but the weight of it steadied him all the same. He hadn't even carried one before all this, but George had insisted. Better to have it and not need it, the sheriff told him. And so the pistol rode with him now, every minute of every patrol. Frank coughed beside him, rolling weakly onto his back. The trawler was burning itself low on the horizon now, flames throwing a dull orange glow before collapsing inward with each groan of the hull. David kept one eye on it, the other sweeping the dark water, waiting for something to break the surface. But nothing did. After a long minute, he leaned over, grabbed the mic, and thumbed the button. George, it's David. I got Frank aboard. He's alive, but in bad shape. Trawler's finished, heading in now. Static popped. Then George's voice came through, clipped. Yeah, copy. I'll meet you at the dock. David hung the mic back in place, eyes still scanning the water until the marina lights flickered faintly ahead. The whaler nosed into the marina, its running lights casting thin beams across the pilings. George stood near the edge of the dock, posture set, watching as David eased the patrol boat into the slip and tied her off. A couple of townsfolk lingered farther back, drawn by the smoke on the horizon. They didn't say anything, just shifted from foot to foot, eyes on the water, like they were looking for answers. Doc Graham was there too, medical bag in hand, his silver hair catching the moonlight as he waited. He stepped aboard as soon as David secured the lines and crouched beside Frank. After a quick check, pulse, breathing, burns, he gave a short nod. Frank would live. That was all anyone needed to know. George came up the deck and looked down at the wreck of a man sprawled across it. His clothes were blackened, his face streaked with soot, but he was breathing. David stood off to the side, gloves still on, sweat mixed with the damp from the spray. His eyes didn't leave the lake. "No sign of it?" George asked finally. David shook his head. "No. But he swore something struck the hull before the fire." George studied him. "Did you see anything?" David hesitated, then said, "No." That was it? No more words between them. The ropes in the slips creaked with the slow rock of the boats. Water tapped quietly at the pilings. And somewhere farther out, a gull cried once before going silent again. Doc Graham and 2 volunteers lifted Frank with practiced care and carried him off the deck. They moved slowly, careful with every step along the narrow boards until they reached the waiting truck. Frank's coughing echoed off the buildings, harsh and uneven, before the doors shut and the sound faded. George let out a slow breath. "All right, go home and get some rest." David didn't reply. He only watched the horizon, a flat line over the black water. Owen was in his grandfather's kitchen when David came by later. The boy sat at the table with a plate of food half finished in front of him, legs swinging, while Joe stood at the counter rinsing a coffee mug. Crichton lay stretched out on the rug nearby, the black German shepherd's head resting on his paws, ears flicking whenever Owen moved. Joe didn't glance up when David stepped through the doorway. He gave a quick nod in his son's direction, nothing more, before turning back to the sink. "Dad," Owen said, brightening. "Grandpa showed me how to stack wood without it falling. He said I did it better than him." Grandpa Joe smiled faintly at that, drying his hands on a towel, but the expression faded quickly. He reached over, squeezed Owen's shoulder, and told him to finish up before the food went cold. David leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Yeah, that's good. It's been a long night," he said. Joe's eyes flicked over at him. "These rules George laid down," he began. "This talk about monsters in the water, you don't actually believe it, do you?" David didn't answer right away. He glanced at Owen, then back at his father. "I believe something's out there," he said finally. Joe's face hardened. "Oh, don't start with that. Don't go filling the boy's head with nonsense." The room went quiet. Owen shoveled another bite into his mouth, looking anywhere but at them. When the boy was finished, Grandpa Joe sent him down the hall to gather up his things. Crichton padded after him, nails clicking on the floorboards, a quiet shadow at the boy's side. When Owen's footsteps faded, the house was still. David and Joe stood a few feet apart. They didn't argue, not yet, just silence, and the weight of everything unsaid. A few minutes later, Joe pushed his chair back. "Why don't you let him stay here tonight? You look terrible." David gave him a quick look back, tired but sharp. He almost said no, but stopped himself. Owen was happy here. He was safe here. Yeah, okay, fine, David said at last. Owen perked up, trying to hide his excitement. David managed a small smile, but it didn't quite hold. Watching the boy light up in Joe's house cut deeper than he wanted to admit. He missed his son. He wished he was better at this. Better than long hours. Better than tired nods at the end of a shift. Part of him was jealous of how easily Joe gave Owen what he couldn't. But he cared more about Owen than his own pride. And the truth was simple. Joe took good care of the boy. Still, it cut some to know the boy seemed easier here than he did at home. The next morning, the weather had turned. Low clouds dragged across the lake, heavy and gray, and a damp chill carried inland on the wind. It wasn't raining yet, but the air had that bite that said it wouldn't be long. At Daggerland Community Hospital, Marcus Wilkins wasn't resting. He hadn't shut up since they brought him in. The nurses rolled their eyes, smirked at each other, but none of them told him to stop. They liked the old mechanic, even like this. George and David stepped into the room together. Marcus spotted them and tried to sit straighter, winced, then went on anyway. "You saw it too," he rasped. His eyes darted between the two men. "Don't stand there and act like you didn't. I know what I saw." David didn't say anything, but he didn't look away. Marcus jabbed a finger weakly against the blanket. "My granddad used to talk about Lake Erie. Said it wasn't just storms that took men back then. Said some nights you'd hear something move under the ice. Told me once a whole fishing crew went missing out by the islands back before the war. The boat was just floating out there, completely empty. No one aboard. They blamed drink or some sickness that drove the men crazy. But the old folks knew better. They stayed off the water at night. And I will tell you something else," Marcus said quietly. "Back when he was 16 or so, my granddad and his best friend, Henry Drake, used to go ice fishing every winter. They'd go out on the ice, set up a tent, drill a hole, and set their lines. They usually snuck out with a few bottles of beer. Well, as it happens, nature called, and my granddad stepped out of the tent for a couple minutes. When he came back, his friend was backed up against the tent wall, as far as he could get from the hole in the ice. One of the poles was gone, and the other snapped in half. Henry was as white as a sheet. When my granddad asked what happened, all his friend would say was, 'We have to go. We have to get off the ice. Now.' When they finally made it back to shore, Henry said that something was moving fast under that ice. It came to a dead stop under the hole, and Henry said whatever it was looked up at him for what seemed like a long time before it moved away. It scared him so bad, Henry never set foot on the ice again." George shifted in his chair. "Stories," he said. But even he didn't sound convinced. Marcus barked a laugh that cracked into a cough. "You call it stories. I call it warnings. They've been here longer than us, and they don't forget. That thing wasn't just hunting. It was watching, choosing, like it's always done." George leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Stories, huh? Any of those stories say how to kill it? Marcus met his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching, like he almost wanted to laugh. Kill it? Well, I'll think about it. He shook his head faintly. My grandfather never talked about killing, just surviving, staying off the water after dark. That was the only rule. David broke his silence. We shot it. George put rounds right in its chest and it didn't care. Marcus's eyes flicked open again, sharp despite his injuries. Of course it didn't. You think you're the first man to pull a trigger on it. They've been trying that 100 years and more. Muskets, rifles, shotguns from duck hunters. It keeps coming. He coughed hard, winced, but pushed through it. This isn't some bear you scare off with noise. It knows what bullets are. Knows they don't mean a damn thing. The nurse shifted at the foot of the bed, rolling her eyes but not interrupting. Marcus raised a trembling hand as if to wave her off. Let them think I'm delirious. Doesn't change what I saw. George rubbed a hand over his mouth, leaning back in the chair. Then what? We just wait for it to take someone else? Marcus stared at the ceiling for a long moment, jaw tight. When he finally spoke, his voice dropped almost to a whisper. I don't know yet, but there's always something. Every machine's got a weak point. Every beast a way to bring it down. You just have to find it. His hand twitched against the blanket. Grease still worked deep into the lines of his skin. He turned his eyes back on them, tired but certain. You boys give me time to think. Maybe I'll come up with something. But don't you forget, that thing's been here longer than us. If you go after it, you better mean it. And if what my grandfather said was true, and it is starting to look that way, better men than us have tried to kill this thing. And it took every one of them. The room went still, just the beeping of the monitor and the voices outside. The hospital doors sighed shut behind them, leaving the hum of machines and Marcus sealed inside. The morning air was cool and damp, but you could smell the lake, even this far inland. George fell into step beside David as they crossed the lot, their boots echoing soft on the pavement. They didn't speak for a long moment. The weight of what Marcus had said was still with them. George finally broke the silence. He's even tougher than I thought. Most people wouldn't be talking after losing that much blood. David leaned against his truck, arms crossed. Most people wouldn't have gone back for those kids. He looked off toward the horizon, though the lake was miles away. He's not wrong about it, George. You know he's not. George's jaw flexed, but he didn't argue. My job is to keep people steady. If I start repeating stories about swamp creatures and old fishermen's warnings, this town is going to fold in a day. Then what? David asked. We just keep telling people to lock their doors and stay away from the water, like that'll stop it? George sighed, hands resting on his belt. I tell them what they can handle. That's all I can do. David shook his head. Marcus said better men than us have tried to kill it. If that's true, then we've got to be smarter, stronger, I don't know, something. George studied him in the dim light. You think it can be killed? David thought about Owen, and his answer was quiet, but certain. "I have to." They stood in the lot for a while, neither pushing the other any further. George finally gave a small nod, then turned for his cruiser. David watched the taillights fade, then climbed into his truck and drove the opposite way, down toward the marina. The lot was empty when David pulled into Daggerland Point Marina. He walked along the creaking wooden planks to where the whaler and Claire waited, his hand brushing the railing of the sailboat as he passed. He stopped at the end of the dock. The lake spread wide under a gray morning sky. The water was flat and pale, the surface rolling in long, slow swells that caught the light like dull metal. Out past the breakwall, the horizon blurred into cloud, lake and sky, the same washed-out color until you couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. He thought back over the previous couple days. He'd hauled Frank Greeley off a burning wreck and kept the old man breathing. Marcus was still alive, thank God. Owen was safe for the night, with his grandfather. Those were wins. They had to count for something. But the lake was still there, dark and brooding. A ripple slid across the water then, too broad and smooth to belong to anything ordinary. David froze. He watched, waited for something to break the surface. Nothing did. The water stilled, flat as glass. He stayed there anyway, staring out into the dark, long after the ripple was gone. The sheriff's office was quiet after midnight, the kind of quiet that pressed against your ears. George sat alone at his desk, the green cone of a lamp pooling light across stacks of binders. He told himself he was just cleaning out old files, but that wasn't true. Marcus's words wouldn't leave him. They've been here longer than us, and they don't forget. George wasn't a man who chased ghost stories, but he'd been on the bluff with David, seen the thing stand grinning in the mud, bullets bouncing off like nothing. He'd pulled 2 kids off Lake Road after their parents vanished into the dark, and he'd seen that thing again. If Marcus wanted to talk about warnings, George was in no place to argue. So he turned pages, yellowed clippings, water-stained incident reports, the kind of material nobody looked at unless they were chasing a grant or padding out a museum exhibit. But buried in the mess was a through line. The lake had always taken more than it gave. The Griffin, 1679, the first ship to ever sail the Great Lakes, vanished without a trace. Its captain, LaSalle, called her my greatest undertaking. The lake called her something else. No wreckage ever found. No bodies either. Sailors whispered it was cursed, and the stories carried down the centuries. A ghost ship drifting eerie in the fog. The Marquette and Bessemer No. 2, 1909. A steel ferry carrying more than 30 men across the lake. It sailed into the fog and was never seen again. The papers printed official words, vanished in the storm, but George found the photographs of the recovered lifeboat and the notes. There were more, always more. The lake didn't care if you were a fisherman with a hand net or a captain with a steel hull and an iron engine. The ending was the same. Crews vanished. Families got nothing back but silence. George sat back, rubbed his eyes. These were the ones people remembered. But how many weren't written down? How many were just chalked up to drunk at the helm, bad charts, a storm that came in fast? That was always the explanation. Storm, fog, error. Simple answers. Easy lies. He flipped to the next binder and found himself staring at November 1913, the Black Friday storm. Over a dozen ships went down across the Great Lakes that week. On Erie, 2 of them vanished with all hands. The W.H. Gilcher, the Henry B. Smith. Official reports talked about wind speeds, freezing spray, waves high as houses. He skimmed the typed language, the stiff explanations. Then his eyes caught something scribbled in the margin of a report, the handwriting rough and hurried. Found the net slashed, not torn, cut clean. No storm does that. George's throat went dry. He stared at the note for a long time, as though the words might shift if he gave them enough time. Slashed. Cut. Someone or something had been down there. Marcus's voice echoed again in his head. Better men than us have tried, and it took every one of them. George closed the binder, leaned back in his chair. The desk lamp hummed faintly. The office otherwise silent, but for the tick of the wall clock. Out the small second-story window, past the rooftops of Daggerland, the lake stretched pale under the moon. He didn't say anything, just stood there a long while, staring at the horizon, wondering how many times the town had already lost this fight, and who would be next.
My name is David. I'm what you'd call a lighthouse keeper, though that sounds more romantic than it is. The government technically stopped hiring full-timers years ago, said the satellites and automatic systems made us obsolete. But some towers are too far out, too stubborn, or too strange to leave unmanned. So they keep a few of us around, people who don't mind the isolation, or who can be paid enough to pretend they don't. I didn't grow up dreaming about this kind of work. I didn't draw lighthouses in school or write essays about the sea. I wanted something simple. I like machines, wiring, repair work. I've had a dozen jobs over the years, some legal, some less so. A few contracts offshore, 1 year working night shifts for a freight company, another as a tech hand for a fishing outfit that didn't ask many questions. I drifted a lot, took what paid. I don't really care where I live as long as the check clears and nobody bothers me. This job pays more than it should. That's what caught my eye. And I needed the money. My dental's been bad for a while now, and when your gums hurt every time you eat something cold, you stop thinking about dignity. You take what you can. The post came up through a contractor that doesn't advertise in public. Not online, not in print. You get it through word of mouth. Dock workers, old-timers, folks who know where to look. The application was short. No references, no paperwork, just coordinates and a note. Maintain the systems. Keep the light operational. Supplies delivered bi-weekly. I figured it was some offshore weather station or one of those old Navy sites they never cleaned up. The ride out took 3 hours on a small supply boat. Choppy water, no land in sight after the first 40 minutes. The guy who dropped me off didn't introduce himself, just helped unload the crates, pointed out where the food stores were kept, handed me a single-page manual, and left without looking back. I asked if someone would come to pick me up, and he didn't answer. And now I live here. The tower stands on a rock island, not much more than a slab of stone jutting up from the ocean. No soil, no trees, no birds. Just the lighthouse, a metal dock for the boat, and a supply shed bolted to the rock. Inside the tower are 5 floors: storage, generator, living quarters, watch deck, and the lamp itself. It smells like salt and old wires. The walls creak when the wind hits just right. Sometimes the lights flicker, but they always come back. I keep them fixed. Most days are quiet. I check the systems, backup batteries, rotating lens, pressure seals. I run diagnostics. Make sure the beacon cycles properly every 45 seconds. That's what it's all about. The light. Everything else is just to keep that going. I eat canned food and dry rations. I read books, mostly ones left by the last guy. Some nonfiction, some sci-fi, nothing special. There's a radio, but it only picks up weather reports and an emergency channel that's been silent the whole time I've been here. My phone doesn't get signal, not even a flicker. Sometimes I wonder if they forgot about me. But then the supplies show up, like clockwork, every other Friday. That's the one thing that stays the same. Means someone still knows I'm out here. Someone's still paying me. The only other person out here is Joey. I didn't ask for a companion. When I took the job, I expected to be alone. That was kind of the point. But he arrived a few days after I did. He didn't work for the same contractor, at least not officially. Nobody warned me about him, and there's no record of him in the manual. Just a second buck and a nameplate on the door. Joseph H. Mallory. Joey says he's here for the same reason I am. Maintenance, oversight, daily checks. But he talks more than anyone I've met. And not just about the job. Mostly, he talks about treasure. He says this lighthouse was built on top of a shipwreck, a Spanish galleon that went down in 1722, carrying gold from a temple nobody remembers. According to him, it didn't just sink, it was dragged down. He says old sailors believed the treasure was cursed and that the ocean swallowed the ship on purpose. Joey's great-grandfather was a diver. He disappeared in these same waters while looking for the wreck. Joey grew up on the stories. Now he says he's continuing the search, though I haven't seen him dive once. What he does do is stay up late, staring at sonar readings and muttering about coordinates. He has stacks of charts, old books, and photocopied maps taped to the walls in his room. Most of them are hand-labeled in pencil. He keeps them in neat rows, like he's building a case. He talks like someone out of an old radio show. Says things like, "By thunder," and "she'll not stay down forever." The first time I heard him say, "blasted contraption," I laughed. That's just how he talks. Says it's the way men used to sound. Says the world was better when people had respect for the sea and better vocabulary. And you can't argue with that. Weird part is, he's actually read a lot. Not science journals or history books, but novels. Moby Dick, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Treasure Island. He quotes them all the time, and sometimes I think he believes he's inside one of them. He insists the lighthouse wasn't built just to warn ships. He thinks it's a seal, holding something down. Something tied to the wreck. He points to the location, how the tides pull 2 directions, how the compasses don't work right. He says locals call this part of the ocean the mouth of the sea. I looked it up once. It's real. Sailors do avoid this patch of water. There's no official explanation, but ships go missing here. Not all the time, but enough. The last guy left behind a list of recorded disappearances. Some go back 100 years. The supply boat comes twice a month. They drop off crates of food, water, fuel, and a printout of any system updates. They never stay long. Sometimes I wave, but they don't wave back. Joey says they're afraid of this place. I don't know, I think they're just doing their job. The lighthouse itself was built in 1903. That's the version standing now. The documents say 3 others were built before it. 1 fell in a storm, 1 caught fire. The 3rd just collapsed from old age, they said. But Joey says that's a lie. He says there was an original tower, the first one ever built here. According to him, it didn't fail, it disappeared. He says the foundation of this one sits right on top of the original wreck, that the gold is still down there, chained by old world rituals. He says the light we maintain isn't just for ships, it keeps the curse from spreading. Joey believes in a lot of things. I do my job. I check the systems, I keep the beacon running. Every 45 seconds the light turns. That's all I have to worry about. I've been working here long enough to know what matters and what doesn't. Out here, no one's coming to help if you screw up. There's no rescue plan, no backup crew, no second chances. Just ocean in every direction, and a job that doesn't care how you feel about it. Over time, I figured out a way to stay sane and stay alive. I started keeping my own rules. Here's the first one. Rule number 1. Always check the lights and the sonars. That's the first rule I came up with when I took this job. Didn't take long to figure out what mattered most. If you let the lights fail or the sonars fall behind, you're not doing your job. And out here, that's all you've got. Your job and your habits. Most people think lighthouses are only about the light. Big beam, long reach, keep ships away from rocks. That's true, but it's only part of what we do here. The other part is the sonar grid. That system is just as important, and maybe more so. It keeps track of what's moving down below. The sonar was installed in the 1980s. There'd been a run of disappearances in this region. Some were commercial cargo ships, some private vessels. The explanations didn't add up. The weather wasn't always bad. The routes were well known. Most of the time, no wreckage was found. First, the usual excuses came out. Bad navigation, human error, old equipment. Later, they said it might be magnetic interference. Something about this stretch of ocean makes compasses drift and radios cut out. But those problems didn't explain what started happening in 1986. That year, all the sonar stations in a 10-mile radius picked up something at the same time. The signal came from deep in the trench near the base of the shelf. It was 3 pulses, low frequency, slow and steady. Wasn't a whale call or some machinery. It came from straight down. The engineers assumed it was a technical fault. They checked the equipment, ran diagnostics, pulled logs. Everything came back clear. The timestamps matched across multiple stations. The signal happened. They didn't know what caused it, but it was real. After that, they made some upgrades, added redundancy to the sonar grid, improved sensitivity, and doubled the power supply. A few years later, a version of the same event happened again. And again, it wasn't explained. And that's when they changed the protocol for new keepers. Everyone gets the same warning now when they take the job. Keep the lights on. Keep the sonars clean. Don't look out too long when the screen goes blank. The light system is straightforward. The main lens is old but reliable. It rotates on a timed motor and emits a beam every 45 seconds. That beam reaches for miles across the water. It's your job to make sure it stays that way. That means checking the motor, wiping the lens, replacing bulbs, and testing the backup generator. If the light goes out, there's no safety net. The sonar grid is on the second floor. There are 4 monitors connected to a single interface. 1 keyboard, a switchboard, and a power bank that runs off the main generator and a secondary cell. The scans run every 6 hours unless triggered manually. When they run, the software compares what's out there to the last clean scan. Anything that moves, grows, or rises gets flagged. If something shows up that wasn't there before, you make a note. That's it. Most of the time, the system logs harmless changes. Fish schools, debris, drift from passing storms. We've seen everything from lost shipping containers to whale pods. But once in a while, we get a shape that doesn't match anything obvious. Big, fast, sometimes motionless. Joey keeps his own records. He prints out the sonar snapshots, draws on them, and tapes them to the wall in a grid. He uses a system of dots, circles, and colored lines to show where things appeared and how often. He says there's a pattern. I let him work it out. Doesn't bother me. This morning, we did the routine check together. First scan of the day. Everything came up clear. Nothing new, I said, watching the screen. No repeats either. That's something, Joey said. It's just normal movements, current shifts. Fish don't stay in one place, I replied over a mug of coffee. He tapped the monitor once with his pen. Unless something else is listening, he said. He talks like that sometimes, as if the ocean is watching us, not the other way around. I logged the scan and reset the system. Joey pulled one of his old logs out of the drawer. Look here, March 19th, big dip, same coordinates as last month. It's probably a scan glitch, I replied. He shook his head. No, same size, same depth, same return time. It rose, paused, and dropped again. I didn't argue. I've learned it doesn't go anywhere. You know what this job really is, I said. What? He asked, humoring me. It's cleaning light bulbs and babysitting a sonar fence, I said as I handed him his third mug of coffee. He smiled. You think small, that's your problem. And you think everything is connected, I countered. Well, one of us will be right someday, he said with a wave. The next scan was scheduled in 5 hours. Between then and now, I planned to check the wiring again. Joey said he'd go through another stack of logs, maybe chart out more of those dots he keeps drawing. And that was our rhythm, light on, scan clear, light on, scan clear. It was easy to stop thinking about why we were doing it. After a while, it just turned into routine. A checklist. Power levels, bulb inspection, signal strength, battery check. But every now and then, I'd think back to what the man said when I first got here. The one who dropped me off on the supply boat. Didn't explain much. Just handed me the manual, pointed at the tower, and said something quiet, like it was part of the job. Keep the lights on. Keep the sonars clear. Don't look out too long when the screen goes blank. I hadn't seen the screen go blank yet, but I checked it twice every shift just in case. That was rule 1. Made sense. Practical. Measurable. But there were other rules too. Stranger ones. Which brings me to rule 2. Beware the Kraken. The second rule is printed in the manual that came with the job. It's not hidden or in fine print. It's there on page 4, in the same section as the emergency flare procedures and light maintenance schedule. It just says Rule 2, beware the Kraken. Nothing else. No paragraph, no description, and no background information. When I first read it, of course I thought it was a joke. The rest of the manual was technical, most of it anyway. How to check fuses, what tools to use for lens cleaning,
which breakers to reset if the generator failed. And then that line showed up, and it felt like someone's idea of a test. I underlined it and moved on. 2 weeks later, I stopped thinking it was a hazing joke. It happened during one of the calmest nights I've seen out here. The ocean was completely flat. There was no wind, no waves. Even the usual noises, like the creaking of the dock or the thump of water against the rocks, were gone. The sky was clear, and the light from the beacon swept across the sea without any resistance. It was quiet enough that I could hear the relay click each time the lens rotated. I was upstairs running a sonar scan. We run full sweeps 4 times a day and check the lights every few hours in between. The sonar scans cover the trench just off the shelf. That trench drops deeper than normal ocean charts show. Most people assume it's just a natural fault line. We were never told otherwise. The sonar alarm went off around 11:42 p.m. First, I thought it was a malfunction. The system will sometimes trigger alerts if the power dips or if salt builds up on the contact panels. But when I checked the monitor, I saw something. There was a mass rising from the bottom of the trench. It wasn't fast, but it was bigger than anything I'd seen on the screen before. Came up slowly, 1 meter at a time. The system couldn't get a clear shape. It just filled the screen with a moving, dense object too large to define. I called Joey upstairs. He was already on his way. The tower started to vibrate while I watched the signal. It wasn't shaking like in a storm. There was no wind, and the sea hadn't changed. This was different. It felt like pressure coming from beneath the foundation, like the island itself was responding to something moving underneath. Joey didn't say anything at first. He just looked at the monitor, then out the window. I followed him to the main glass and looked too. The water about 60 meters out had started to shift. An outline formed on the surface, and then something thick and dark started rising. A tentacle came out of the water. It was black, maybe just really dark. There were large white suckers running along the underside, each one the size of a dinner plate. Some were covered in barnacles or sea growth. The tentacle reached out and dragged itself across the rocks at the edge of the island, and then it curled partially around the base of the lighthouse. The metal groaned when it made contact. I could feel it under my boots. The structure didn't shift much, but it moved just enough to remind me that we weren't standing on anything solid. Just concrete bolted into a rock shelf that probably shouldn't hold this much weight. Neither of us said anything for a while. We watched as the tentacle stayed there for almost a full minute. It didn't tighten, didn't pull. It just rested, like it was testing something. The water around it had changed too. It wasn't clear anymore. It had gone cloudy and dark, not like storm water, but more like oil or sludge. When the tentacle slid back into the ocean, it left behind that same dark liquid floating on the surface. I marked the time in the logbook, but my hand was shaking. I stared at the page for a long time before writing anything down. After a minute, I closed the book and turned to Joey. "What the hell was that?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Just stood there at the window, arms crossed, watching the last of the ripples fade. Then he turned, walked over, and slapped me on the back like we'd just finished fixing a pipe or patched a leak. "That was a crackin', my boy," he said, grinning like he'd been waiting his whole life to say it. He said it like it was obvious, like the name explained everything. I just looked at him,
then back out at the water. It was calm again, like nothing had happened. "You've seen this before?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, I've heard about it, read about it. First time seeing it with my own 2 eyes. I've been waiting 20 years, and it was worth every second." I didn't say anything back. I didn't have anything to say. We stood there for a little longer, both of us staring at the empty ocean, listening to the steady hum of the tower. Eventually, Joey wandered off to check his sonar printouts. I stayed behind and kept watch out the window, just in case. The next morning, I went down to the storage room. There's a cabinet filled with records from previous keepers. Most of it's routine data, supply list, maintenance records, parts request, weather logs, stuff like that. At the bottom of one drawer, I found a small wooden box. Inside were 3 notebooks wrapped in cloth. The covers were labeled only with dates. They were handwritten logs kept by earlier lighthouse staff. I don't know if they were meant to be official. They weren't typed or stamped. Just page after page of daily notes, drawn maps, sonar charts, and sketches of the trench. Each notebook had entries describing something similar to what we saw. A large object rising from the trench. Tentacles, suckers, movement near the lighthouse base. One of the earlier entries described hearing metal strain under pressure. Another included a list of symptoms after contact: power fluctuations, signal interference, animal disappearances. One keeper marked the events on a calendar. The gaps between them weren't regular, but each happened between 40 and 60 years apart. I didn't show the notebooks to Joey. He already believes more than he should. He has his own explanations, and adding more would only feed the problem. Now when I check the sonar grid, I take longer. I double-check the depth markers. I watch for sudden rises. I never used to be the kind of person who said the ocean's full of things we don't understand, but I believe that now. Rule 3. Ignore the sirens. The old keepers wrote about it in their private logs. The locals talk about it like it's common knowledge. Even the Coast Guard has a technical term for it. But nobody tells you straight until it happens. Started a few months back, when the fog was so dense you couldn't see past your hand. It would roll in fast within minutes, trapping small boats in zero visibility weather. The day it started, we were told to assist with a search. A distress signal had been picked up about 7 nautical miles east of the lighthouse, not far from a shipping lane. One of the fishing boats had gone out at night alone. The man who took it was a local, lived down in St. George's. His name was Roger, mid-50s, widowed. Used to captain a tour boat before business dried up. He'd launched in a small skiff just after sundown. No radio, no GPS beacon. Just a flashlight and a life vest. People on shore said they tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Told them he'd heard someone calling out from the water. Said it was his wife's voice. His wife had died 3 years earlier. The Coast Guard logged it as a possible disorientation incident. They called us early the next morning, said we were closest to the last known coordinates, and asked if we could help scan the area. Joey and I checked the sonar first. We didn't find anything unusual. No wreckage, no large contacts. Just open water and a whole lot of fog. Around 9 a.m., we started sweeping the area by boat. It's not part of our usual duties, but this kind of thing happens sometimes. When someone goes missing out here, and there's no one else close enough to assist, we're expected to help. We split the grid and searched in circles. Joey manned the bow while I handled the throttle and comms. We found Roger at 10:42 a.m. His boat was upside down, floating low in the water. Joey spotted it first, a pale blue hull drifting sideways, just barely above the surface. The current had carried it further north than expected. The man was still alive. He was lying across the hull like he tried to crawl on top of it, but hadn't made it far. His arms were scraped up. Wasn't wearing his life vest anymore. We pulled him aboard and gave him a thermal blanket. He didn't resist. He didn't say anything. Joey asked him what happened. He kept looking past us out toward the open water. After a few minutes, he said, "She called to me." And that was all he'd say for the rest of the trip back. Later, the paramedic said he was dehydrated and mildly hypothermic. Said he probably hadn't slept in 2 days. Said he was lucky we found him. Joey didn't think it was luck. He kept his voice low on the way back. Told me about stories he'd read in the older keeper logs. Said some of them used to bring beeswax with them. They'd plug their ears during certain tides, especially after long, calm nights. Others used to recite psalms or sing out loud to drown out what they heard. I asked him what they were trying to block out. He said, "Sirens, boy. Sirens." At first, I figured he was just leaning into another one of his theories, but I went back to the cabinet the next day and read through more of the logs. The handwriting changed from keeper to keeper, but the entries matched up. One said, "Heard something last night. Sounded like my mother calling from the reef." Another wrote, "Don't answer. Don't speak. Don't turn toward it." One entry simply said, "Singing. Low, familiar. Plugged ears, but it didn't stop." The entries were spaced years apart, but the content was the same. Someone would hear a voice they recognized, usually a dead loved one. It would come from the sea, usually on still nights or after long stretches without storms. Sometimes it sounded far off, other times close. In a few entries, the keepers admitted they nearly went outside to check. The official explanation is auditory phenomenon. It's listed in a Coast Guard training supplement I found tucked inside an old binder. It describes it as a combination of sleep deprivation, environmental frequency distortion, and psychological stress. Basically, it's your brain playing tricks on you, using the sound of the sea and your own memories to create something that feels real. The locals don't call it that. They still call it temptation. They say the sea tries to draw people out when it's real quiet, especially those who've lost someone. They say it doesn't shout or scream. It sings. I've never heard it myself, but Joey has. A few months after we found that lost drifter, Joey started keeping beeswax in his locker. He said it was just in case. I didn't press him about it. He's not the type to lie about what he hears, even if he does dramatize some of it. One night, I found him sitting up in the main room, headphones on, listening to an old cassette player. He didn't notice I was there until I asked him what he was playing. "Oh, just noise. Something to keep my head busy," he said. He told me he'd heard someone the night before. Said it was his grandfather's voice, calling from the rocks. His grandfather died when Joey was 12. I keep my headphones nearby now. I play static, or music, or nothing at all, just enough to fill the space. I check the locks on the upper platform doors every night before I sleep. I stay away from the windows when the water's calm. There's no line about sirens in the job description. There's no audio warning built into the sonar. But after what we saw, I treat it like protocol. Ignore the sirens. I've read enough of the old logs to know that this has been happening for a long time. Different names, different stories, same pattern. You hear something that feels familiar, and then you make a mistake. You can't stop the sea from calling, but you can choose not to listen. And that leads us to Rule 4. Rule 4. Turn off the lights when you see the dead ships. Joey was the one who gave them that name, dead ships. He saw one before I did. He said it looked like a ship made of fog, glowing blue, drifting just above the surface like a reflection that didn't belong to anything. He thought it was a weather trick at first, maybe some weird refraction of moonlight bouncing off mist. But then he saw the figures. They were walking across the deck. They didn't speak. They didn't look around. They just moved in slow, steady lines. One man pushed a mop across empty wood. Another coiled a rope that wasn't there. A third leaned over the rail as if checking the waves. All of them looked solid and present until the lighthouse beam touched the ship. And then they were gone. That's why Joey came up with a rule. You don't let the light touch them. You turn the beacon off and let them pass. The official manual doesn't mention the dead ships. There's nothing in the procedures about turning off the light for any reason other than power conservation or maintenance. But I've seen them myself now. And I understand why the older keepers kept records anyway. The first one I saw came through just after 3 a.m. The radar didn't catch it. The sonar didn't show anything. I was doing a routine window check from the watch room and saw something blue moving through the fog to the north. Wasn't bright, but it had its own glow. A dull blue outline around what looked like a small freighter. No flags, no markings, just a hull, a deck, and a single mast. It didn't make a sound. The fog stayed around it like it was glued in place. I turned off the light. The switch is manual. There's no automation for this part. If you don't make the decision fast, the rotation will pass over the ship. I stepped forward and cut the beam just before it would have swept that direction. I watched it move. There were at least 4 people on deck, or what looked like people. One was coiling rope, just like Joey said. Another was standing at the helm. His hands moved like he was turning something. The wheel wasn't visible. Neither was the rudder. But he kept turning it back and forth as if something still responded. I kept the lights off until the ship passed behind the rocks to the west. When I turned the beam back on, the water was empty again. The first time you see one, it's hard to explain. Doesn't feel like a spooky story. It feels like, well, a mistake. Like something got left behind and no one knows how to shut it down. Joey thinks they're what's left of the ships that vanished in the triangle. He says they're stuck here, still doing what they did in their last moments. He thinks they're looking for something. I asked him once what they were looking for. He said, "Oh, probably land. Probably home." The local fishermen have their own names for them. Some call them sea lanterns. Some call them gliders. One old man told us never to watch them for too long. Said if you stare too long, you start to see faces you recognize. I don't know if that's true, but I don't stare anymore. I call them black pearls. I got it from that old pirate movie. The one where the cursed ship sails under the moonlight and the crew can't die. It felt fitting. and Joey got a kick out of it. The earliest keeper logbook I could find that mentioned the dead ships was dated 1919. The handwriting was neat and exact. The entry said, "Observed blue vessel behind fog line. Figures on deck repeated tasks without pause. Light struck bow. Ship vanished instantly. Kept light off during second pass. Figures did not respond." Later in the same book, another entry described a keeper who failed to dim the light. The ship vanished like before, but that keeper wrote that he saw something else, something beyond the crew. He never explained it in detail. His last entry was short. "Not meant to see that. Can't sleep. Can't eat. Must leave." According to the station notes, he jumped into the water 2 weeks later. His body was found days after that, caught in a tide pool, half a mile east. Joey says he thinks the ships are drawn to the lighthouse, like moths. Every time I see one, I get this itch to pray, even though I'm not religious. I haven't, but I think about it. Well, that's all the rules I've got so far. 4 of them. Simple enough on paper, huh? But they've kept me alive out here longer than most. You'd be surprised how many don't last more than a season. Some leave, some disappear. A few just stop answering the radio one day. The supply boat comes, finds everything in place. Lights spinning, logs updated, kettle still warm. No keeper in sight. Joey talks a lot, and for a long time, I tuned most of it out. Half the time it sounded like sea tales, or something he pieced together from old novels and half-read logbooks. But lately, I've been listening more. There's more out here. More stories, more monsters. That much I am sure of now. And this job, it's not just maintenance. It's not just about the equipment. I'd be a fool to still think that after everything I have seen so far. So if you're reading this, maybe because you're thinking about taking the same job, or maybe because something led you down a rabbit hole of old lighthouse records, here's my advice. Take the rules seriously. Every one of them. You won't get a proper briefing. No one's going to explain the weird stuff to you. Most people don't even know what this lighthouse is really for. But if you're the kind of person who doesn't mind quiet nights, strange readings, and the feeling that something is watching just out of sight, well, we could use the help. And if you end up stationed out here one day, well, Joey and I will have a few more stories for you. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching.
My name is Rory Michaels. I run the graveyard shift at a radio station. It squats like a lonely metal box in the middle of the Arizona desert. Not the pretty kind of desert with the painted cliffs and tour buses, mind you. This is just heat, scrub brush, and an endless flat horizon. The town we technically serve is 2 hours away, and most nights, I'm not even sure the signal reaches that far. I didn't take this job for the music. Half the time it's 70s soft rock and AM gold, the kind of stuff your uncle gets drunk to at Thanksgiving. And I'm pretty sure the only people listening are either half-asleep truckers or retirees who never figured out Spotify. I'm not even here for the journalism. Not really. I'm here because strange things happen out here. Lights in the sky. Unmarked roads that show up on no map. Old stories whispered by the people who've lived too long out here in the middle of nowhere. The kind of stuff that doesn't make it into newspapers because no one wants to risk sounding crazy. That's the stuff I've always been chasing. When I was 10, I stayed up all night cataloging supernatural sightings in our county library. I memorized cryptid classifications instead of baseball stats. I convinced myself my house was haunted just so I had an excuse to camp out in the hallway with a tape recorder. My parents didn't love that. They kept telling me I'd grow out of it, that I'd stop filling notebooks with blurry photographs and hearsay, but I never did. I just got better at hiding it. By the time high school came around, I figured out how to make it look like a phase. I joined the yearbook team so I could sneak into the darkroom. I wrote essays on historical architecture so I could visit condemned buildings without raising eyebrows. I stopped talking about the occult out loud, but I never stopped writing about it. I kept everything in old spiral notebooks I hid under my mattress. My parents thought I was finally coming around. They wanted me to go into something practical, engineering maybe, or law. But all I wanted was to get closer to the edge of the map, you know? So I told them I was majoring in journalism, which, is technically true. What I didn't tell them was that I picked the program at a college with a folklore archive and a decent paranormal research club. I spent more time in the university basement flipping through microfilm than I did in lectures. I interviewed conspiracy theorists and amateur demonologists for class projects. I wrote a paper once comparing cult behavior to early fan forums. Got an A. Got some weird looks, too. After I graduated, I knew I wasn't cut out for cable news or lifestyle columns, and I wasn't trying to land a book deal exposing corruption or reinventing the wheel. I wanted a mic. I wanted a quiet place where I could speak into the dark and maybe, just maybe, something strange would speak back. That's how I found the station. I answered a job listing that had no company name, no salary listed, no contact number. Got a P.O. box and 4 words: late night radio host. I applied right away. A week later, I got an envelope in the mail with a station badge and a set of keys. There was a note attached that said, "Start Monday. Don't be late." And now, most nights, I sit behind the mic while the desert hums outside. I queue up tracks. I flip through the little notebook I keep beside the console, filled with sightings, rumors, things people swear they saw. And when the moment feels right, I lean in, press the button, and start talking. Welcome to radio station KMCR, out in the middle of nowhere. Oh yeah, I should probably tell you about the only other radio host in this joint, and maybe a little bit more about the station itself. My radio co-host is named Christian. He works the same shift I do, overnight, and he's the only person I ever really see here. We share the same small control room, the same crusty coffee machine, and the same busted vending machine. Most nights, it's just the two of us sitting a few feet apart with our own microphones and mismatched mugs, trying to stay awake and make the show sound halfway decent. Christian's about my age, early 20s, maybe a year older, but you'd never know it. He's got this nervous energy, like he's always expecting someone to tap him on the shoulder and tell him he's doing something wrong. I think that's why we get along. He doesn't make fun of my weird interest. He doesn't ask too many questions when I go off on one of my rants about haunted hallways or Cold War mind control experiments. Sometimes he just nods and lets me talk. Sometimes he laughs. Sometimes he looks uncomfortable, but he stays. That's more than most people. The station itself is called KMCR, but that doesn't really mean anything. It's not affiliated with a network. It's not part of any big media group. It's just a little building made of faded stucco and heat-warped glass sitting at the edge of a long, cracked service road. There's no sign out front. No one's ever dropped by to ask for a tour. It feels like it's been forgotten on purpose. Inside, the layout's simple. 2 main recording rooms, Studio A and B, a narrow hallway lined with shelves of old vinyl, and an office space nobody uses. There's a break room with a fridge that makes a high-pitched noise when the compressor kicks in, and a storage closet that never seems to stay closed. Someone's rigged the front door with a keypad, but the code never changes. There's a cleaning crew that comes by during the day, but I only ever see them after lunch. There are maybe 20 people on payroll, if you count the janitors and the guy who fixes the tower when it gets hit by lightning. I've never met most of them. I don't think Christian has either. The only real structure we have is this thing called the AM show. It's a loose segment that kicks off around 1 a.m. and runs until we get bored or the next batch of songs need queuing up. Officially, it's supposed to be a casual hour of commentary. News, politics, entertainment, whatever's trending. Something to make the station feel a bit more alive. Unofficially, it is my favorite part of the night, because it's the only time I get to talk about the stuff I care about. UFOs, government cover-ups, unexplained disappearances, weird calls from listeners who claim they've seen things they can't explain. I steer the conversation there whenever I can. Christian doesn't always follow, but he doesn't steer me away either. He'll chime in now and then, ask a question, or share a weird headline he read earlier. Sometimes we go off on tangents about movies or fast food, but I always find my way back to the strange stuff. There's a rhythm to it now. Christian does the weather and the local updates. I dig into the weird files I keep under the console. We pass the mic back and forth. Some nights we barely talk, other nights we can't shut up. It just depends on how tired we are and how long the coffee holds out. But tonight, well, I'm wide awake, and I've got a few stories up my sleeve. Just some things that have been happening out here over the past couple months. Odd little moments, strange sightings, stuff I've been jotting down in my notebook between song breaks, waiting for the right time to share. Turns out that time is now. So folks, if you're on the road, in the kitchen, lying awake in a dark room with nothing but the hum of your radio for company, this is your heads up. Buckle up. Top off your coffee. We've got a long night ahead. Story 1. I found out about the station's background on my very first day, thanks to Christian, that is. I got there about an hour early. I always do that when I start something new. It helps me settle in and figure out what's what before things actually get going. The sun was still up when I pulled into the lot. The station looked even smaller in person than it had in the photo they mailed with my badge. One-story building, beige stucco that had peeled in spots, antennas leaning at weird angles. There was only one other car in the parking lot. Eventually, I killed the ignition, grabbed my backpack, and went to the front door. The keypad worked on the first try. They'd written the code, 1717, on the back of the ID badge. I thought maybe somebody would be waiting inside, to give me a tour or at least say hello. But the place was empty. Quiet. The control room was down the hall on the left, same as the map they sent. I dropped my stuff, took a look at the schedule, checked the audio levels. Everything seemed fine. No instructions beyond play tracks from the 70s folder and fill airtime with banter. The playlist was already queued up for the night. Someone had set it to auto. I didn't even need to do anything until the AM show kicked in. So I figured I'd make a cup of coffee. There was a coffee machine mentioned in the welcome packet. I looked around the break room first, but all I found was the regular drip pot and a box of sugar packets that had hardened into cubes. Tried a few cupboards, plates, instant noodles, dust. No machine. Eventually, I ducked into the storage closet at the end of the hall. It was barely lit and cluttered with boxes, old cables, spare mic stands, a few busted chairs stacked against the wall. I figured if the machine wasn't there, it was probably gone for good. But while I was crouching down, checking behind a crate labeled miscellaneous tape reels, I saw something wedged behind a cardboard box. It was a photo album. Black cover, no label, just a cheap 3-ring binder with thick plastic sleeves. I brought it out, sat down in the crate, and started flipping through it. The first few pages looked harmless. People smiling in front of the station, a ribbon-cutting photo with a woman holding giant scissors, employees laughing, holding coffee mugs, pointing at soundboards. Everyone wore the same shirt, the Watermelon Company. Big white letters across faded green fabric. I didn't recognize any of them. There were group shots of people standing in the parking lot, potluck tables, birthday cakes, holiday decorations in the break room. It looked like any small office in the 90s or early 2000s. Then I got to the last page. Just one photo. Unlike the others, this one wasn't centered. It'd been shoved into the sleeve sideways, like whoever added it didn't want to look at it for long. It showed a window pane, same kind as the ones in Studio B, and right in the middle of it was what looked like a bloody handprint. It was a bloody goat hoof. The print was smeared, like whatever made it had been moving while it left the mark. I took the album and brought it back to the control room. Christian, who I'd met over the phone the night before, was already there flipping through the log sheet. The other car in the parking lot earlier must have been his. He looked up when I came in, and I said, "Hey, quick question. Did you know we've got some really weird photo albums here?" He raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of weird. I handed him the binder and pointed to the last page. He didn't flip straight to it. He started at the beginning, just like I had. His face was unreadable at first, but then he got to the final photo and his expression changed. He went pale, and then he rubbed the back of his neck like it suddenly itched. "Ah," he said. "Yeah, ah. What am I looking at, man? Some weird prank, like Halloween photo op? What's the story here?" I asked. "All right," he began. "So, rumor has it, the station wasn't just started by a bunch of radio nerds. It was founded by a group. Some say it was a cult." "Okay, you have my full attention," I said. "Well, they call themselves the Watermelon Company. That's why the shirts, I guess. It was a front. Or maybe they were trying to look normal, I don't know, but either way, the idea was they pooled their money together to build the station from scratch," he explained. "Why out here?" I asked. Christian shrugged. "They wanted to be far away, I guess. The story goes that they used the station to broadcast messages, not to regular people, but to other followers. It was like their beacon. They believed in something they called the Mother. I don't know what that means. I don't think anyone does." I pointed to the photo again. "And the goat print?" I asked. He looked at it. "I don't know, maybe a ritual? The station's next to what used to be a goat farm. If you look out Studio B's east window, you can still see the old well." "A cult with a private radio station in the desert," I began. "Man, why didn't they put that in the job listing?" Christian gave a short laugh, but he looked uncomfortable. I clapped him on the back and said, "Well, if it's haunted, at least I know I got the right job." We went quiet after that. Just the playlist humming through the speakers and the soft click of the control board as I leaned back in my chair and looked out toward the well. Things got a whole lot more interesting after that. Story 2. So after that first week, Christian and I settled into a rhythm. We'd clock in around 11:30 p.m., make the coffee, cue up the first block of 70s tracks, and sit back while the night crawled by. Around 1 a.m., we'd kick off the AM show. Some nights we'd talk about movies or weird headlines. Other nights we'd get into stranger territory. Old mysteries, local legends, or listener-submitted stories that felt too odd to be made up. Christian would usually humor me, He'd let me go off on tangents about alien implants or ancient broadcast experiments from the World Wars. He didn't always join in, but he didn't shut it down either. Most nights it was easy. Until the signal started. It was maybe the end of our second week on the job. We were halfway through the show, and I just finished a segment on urban legends that turned out to be marketing stunts. Christian was flipping through the station log when he paused, frowning. "You hear that?" he asked. I pulled off my headphones and listened. The music was still playing, something soft and slow, maybe Fleetwood Mac. But under the track, just barely noticeable, was a faint, broken signal. Didn't sound like anything specific, just noise. Lasted about 10 seconds, then it was gone. Could be interference. Maybe the tower's picking up a bleed from a neighboring frequency, I said. Christian didn't answer right away as he looked at the clock. It was exactly 3:11 a.m. And that would have been it. Just a weird moment. If it hadn't happened again the next night. And the one after that. Every single time, right at 3:11 a.m., we'd get that same broken transmission. Faint, sloppy, like something unfinished. But it was always the same length. It had always ended the same way. With 3 soft thumps. Like someone knocking on a wall or tapping the end of a microphone. I started recording them after the 3rd time. Christian told me not to bother. He said it was probably just an old signal looping back somehow. Maybe a piece of outdated equipment somewhere in town bleeding into our line. He said it wasn't worth thinking about. But I've spent my entire life chasing unexplained signals. I wasn't gonna let this one go. By the 5th night, I had 3 solid recordings. I brought in my old laptop and plugged in the audio files. I slowed them down, reversed them, ran them through filters. Most of it was just noise, but something about the pattern caught my attention. There was a rhythm to it, especially right before the knocking started. So I slowed one of the recordings down to half speed and pushed the gain. And that's when I heard it. Underneath all the noise, buried deep in the distortion, was a voice. It was hard to make out, but I played it again and again. After about 20 minutes, I realized what it was saying. It was repeating the same phrase. "Feed the well." I sat back in my chair and rewound it. Played it again. Same result. Same words. It was clearer now, like my brain had adjusted to the pattern. Christian came back from the break room, just as I was queuing it up again. "You gotta hear this," I said, turning up the volume. He paused by the door. "Is it the signal?" Yeah, I ran it through a filter, just listen." I hit play. The voice came through again, muffled, but understandable. "Feed the well." Christian stood still for a moment, then stepped forward slowly. He leaned over the laptop and listened until the knock sequence ended. Then he turned and walked out of the room without saying a word. I found him in the hallway a few minutes later, standing with his hands in his pockets, staring out the side window toward the field behind the station. I chose not to comment on how he looked, like he was reevaluating all his life choices. "Is that about the well out back?" I began. "Has to be, right? I mean, that's where the cult stuff supposedly happened. Right where the goats were kept. Right where..." But before I could finish, he cut me off. "Rory, I don't know what it is, but don't chase this," he said. I blinked. "What are you talking about? This could be real EVP, real unexplained signal activity. This could be..." He turned to face me. "No, I mean it. Don't chase this." "Why?" I asked. "Because you don't know what you're messing with. This place has history," he began. "The kind people don't talk about. If someone or something is trying to reach out, maybe we don't want to know what it wants." I didn't know what to say to that. I thought he was exaggerating. I thought maybe he was just spooked. But I could tell it bothered him in a real way. The kind of way you don't learn from movies or stories. It looked like something he had seen before. Unfortunately, that made me curious. After all, my mother did always say I was stubborn. Over the next few nights, I kept tracking the signal. Every night at 3:11 a.m., without fail, it would start up. 10 seconds of distortion. That strange voice. Then the 3 knocks. Christian started taking his breaks early to avoid hearing it. I stopped mentioning my findings to him altogether. But I couldn't help myself. I was hooked. And then about a week later, the signal changed. It came in stronger. Not the usual faint buzz under the playlist, but loud enough to trip the meters. The board lit up like we'd gotten a real incoming source. It wasn't coming from the satellite feed or our scheduled track list. It was something else entirely. I killed the music to trace it. It was local. Not just local. On site. I locked onto the signal path. It was broadcasting from somewhere just behind the station. The origin point was within meters of the building. I stood up, crossed to the window, and looked out toward the overgrown lot behind the back fence. There was the old well, covered in rusted sheet metal and surrounded by dry weeds. The signal was coming from there. I was right. I couldn't stop thinking about the well. Every time I queued up another track or flipped a switch on the board, I'd glance at the back window. I couldn't help it. That busted circle of rusted metal out past the fence started to take on a weight in my mind. And ever since the signal shifted from faint to clear, from distant to local, I knew I had to dig deeper. Christian didn't want to talk about it anymore. After that night, he clammed up. He'd wave me off when I brought it up, or pretend he didn't hear me. But he didn't deny it either. And that said plenty. So I took another route. The archives. The station didn't have an official library, or any kind of properly labeled storage, but there was a back room off the main hallway, marked records and faded tape, that I hadn't paid much attention to before. I had to shoulder the door open. The hinges groaned, and dust hung in the air. Inside were metal filing cabinets, cardboard boxes stacked unevenly, and piles of folders that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. I brought a lamp from the break room, set it on a stool, and started sorting through the mess. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Broadcast logs from past decades, list of music rotations, old commercials for car dealerships that probably didn't exist anymore. But the deeper I went, the weirder it got. Some folders had pages filled with what looked like sermons or transcripts, handwritten notes with phrases like, "all offerings accounted for," and "may the mouth stay full." I found an envelope filled with Polaroids of fruit. Not people. Fruit. Different melons. All cut open and labeled with dates. At first, I assumed it was part of a weird ad campaign. Maybe the watermelon company had started as a food brand or farm co-op. But then I checked the financial documents. There weren't any. I searched through old tax files, scanned every old letterhead and signature. The watermelon company never filed taxes. No EIN number, no payroll, nothing in any official state or federal records. It didn't exist as a business, not on paper. And yet, it owned things. I found purchase orders, actual stamped and signed ones, showing that the company had bought massive quantities of seeds, specifically watermelon. Thousands of them. Crates shipped in from different parts of the country. Some marked heirloom, some listed as untreated or non-commercial. There were dozens of orders over multiple years, all addressed to the station's physical address. I kept digging. One of the older logbooks, handwritten in green pen, had short notes listed under each week of programming. Some were normal, like adjust gain on mic 2, or replace light in booth. But others were stranger. Week 17, feed her seeds. Week 25, no show tonight. One down the well. Week 31, midsummer. Her teeth reach. I took a couple of pictures of what I found to think about them later. By then, it was just after 4 a.m. Christian came around the corner, still holding his mug from earlier. He looked half asleep, but then he saw me hunched over the files and stopped in his tracks. "You're still at it?" he said. I nodded and turned the notebook around so he could see the entry. I pointed to the phrase, "Feed her seeds." "What the hell do you think that means?" I asked. I stood up and gestured toward the stacks. The watermelon company, look, it's never filed anything. No taxes, no wages, no legal presence. But they made regular bulk orders of melon seeds, man, like giant quantities. They weren't running a station. I think they were running something else. He let out a slow breath at that and leaned against the wall. I waited. Finally, he said, "Okay, yeah, look, I didn't want to get into this, but you're not going to let it go, are you?" He rubbed his face with one hand. Then he looked at me and said, "The watermelon company wasn't a company. It was a front. A cult. That part's true. They didn't worship the mother in some poetic sense. They meant it literally. They believed the well behind the station was a mouth. A real one. Some sort of opening between our world and whatever they thought was on the other side. They thought it led to some kind of ancient being. Hungry. Powerful. They probably wanted to make a deal with it. They called it the Mother." I blinked. "Like capital M?" He nodded. I paced a little, trying to wrap my head around it. "So they planted seeds around the well?" I asked. Christian said they didn't plant them, but fed them to her as offerings. He must have seen the look of confusion on my face, so he continued. "Well, they toss them down the well as offerings. Seeds, fruit, livestock. Rumors say they even tossed people. Newcomers, outsiders. People who wouldn't be missed," he said. "Okay, that's really dark, man." Christian shrugged. "That's what they believed. That if they kept the mouth full, the mother would bless the land. Keep it fertile and safe. Their broadcasts were like prayers. They were calling out to other followers to send more and to bring more." I stared at him. "And the station's still here?" He nodded his head. "But the cult is gone?" I asked. "As far as I know. The place changed hands a few times, eventually got bought out and turned into a regular station again. No one's talked about the early years," he said. I looked back at the stack of papers. "So you knew all this and what, just never brought it up?" He shrugged and said something about not thinking it was important. Plus, unlike me, stories like that gave him the creeps. Then I gave him a small smile.
You know this is peak Arizona behavior, right? He rolled his eyes. I mean it. Who starts a radio call in the middle of nowhere, worships a fruit-eating eldritch being, and then just disappears? I said, holding up the photo of the notebook page. Apparently the people who hired us, Christian muttered. I glanced back toward the window, just barely able to make out the edge of the well beyond the fence. Unbeknownst to me, finding out about my employer's cult origins wasn't the weirdest thing that happened to us that month. Far from it. I didn't stop checking the well after that. Every shift around the same time, I'd glance out the side window just to make sure nothing had changed. It became a habit. A nervous tick I didn't even think about anymore. Christian noticed, of course. He stopped asking about it, though. I think he figured he wouldn't change my mind. And he was right. We both knew something was going on out there. The only difference was that I wanted answers. And then one night, the AM show got interrupted. We were live. I was talking about a string of recent UFO sightings reported near Interstate 89. A couple truckers had submitted the same story on different nights. Bright lights near the cliffs, hovering low, flickering like broken headlights. I had a few call-ins lined up. Christian was going through the log sheet. It was normal, comfortable. Then the console glitched. The live indicator blinked out for a second. The automation system froze, and an override message flashed on the screen. One I'd never seen before. Auto switch engaged. And then just like that, the audio changed. A woman's voice filled the room, but not someone either of us recognized. It didn't sound like a caller or a recorded track. It wasn't even in English at first. She was speaking slowly, like each word took effort. There was a weird distortion to it, like her voice was traveling through water. Christian leaned forward, staring at the board. What is it? I didn't know. The voice kept going for another 30 seconds, even as I tried my best to speak through it, while also trying to cut the live broadcast. I couldn't understand a single word, but the tone made my skin prickle. Then the dripping started. In the background behind her words, there were soft splashes, something shifting in water, like a large shape moving just below the surface of a pool. And then, just before the broadcast ended, the woman switched languages. She started speaking English.
Children, come home.
As soon as she said it, the lights in the studio flickered and dimmed. Outside, something creaked. We both turned toward the window at the same time. It was the well. The metal cover had shifted. Not from wind or anything else we could see. It groaned like something had pressed against it from below. I took one step toward the window, squinting at the edge of the floodlight's reach. And then the metal lid buckled, blowing outward. A sharp, echoing clang cut through the air as the cover launched a few feet into the air and landed sideways in the dirt with a heavy crash. Dust kicked up around it. The sound rattled the window. Christian flinched so hard, his chair slid back across the tile. I didn't move. The cover spun for a second, then settled. Nothing happened at first, but then I saw movement. Fast, small shapes swarming over the edge of the well and spilling into the gravel. Spiders. Not just a few. Hundreds. A whole host of spiders, legions pouring out in waves, moving in tangled bursts over the rim and scattering across the dry ground like someone had kicked over a nest. Long legs, shiny black bodies. Some small,
some big enough to make noise as they hit the dirt. They crawled over each other, tumbling forward like they were fleeing something behind them, or heading straight for us. "You seeing this?" I said, stepping back from the window. Christian didn't answer. I turned in time to see him already halfway down the hallway, heading for the break room. I snapped back to the board, hands shaking, and cut the live broadcast. My fingers slipped once, then found the switch. Mics off, input lines killed. No more audio going out. Just the music track running on a loop, faint through the muted monitors. Through the window, I saw Christian again, dragging the green garden hose from the side of the building with both hands. He cranked the valve hard, and water burst out in a wild arc. He didn't even wait for the pressure to settle. He sprayed directly at the ground near the door, where the spiders were already starting to crawl up the siding. The stream hit him hard. He swept it left and right, blasting the swarm backward. The spiders scattered, then regrouped, then scattered again. A few made it to the base of the door and clung there, but Christian didn't let up. Eventually, the ground was soaked, and the last of the spiders disappeared into the brush. Some vanished under the building. Some slipped between cracks in the concrete. The well was still open, uncovered and dark, but nothing else came out, at least for now. Christian shut off the hose and dropped it. Then he walked back inside without a word. Neither of us said anything the rest of the night. Well, we didn't speak for a while after that night. The well stayed open for 2 more days. We kept the blinds drawn, avoided looking out the back window, and stuck to just playing music. Nothing live, no calls, no AM show. The signal didn't come back, and no more spiders showed up. Eventually, someone, probably management, sent a guy to weld the cover shut. He didn't ask questions, just parked a white van behind the building, got out, and went straight to work. Took less than an hour. Weeks passed. I couldn't stop thinking about it. There's more to this place. I know it now. KMCR was never just a radio station. Not to the people who built it. Not to the ones who ran it before us. It was something else entirely. A signal tower. A message board. Maybe even a feeding trough if the rumors are true. Whatever the mother is, whatever lives beneath that well, I don't think she's finished with us. Not by a long shot. That's why I haven't left. I've had every reason to walk. Most people would have bolted the moment the equipment started speaking back. Hell, I have seen lesser men pack up over bad drip coffee and faulty wiring. But something about this place, it has hooks in me. Like my dad always said, I am too curious for my own good. As for Christian, he's halfway gone. Has been ever since the spiders. He says it's not safe here, that it hasn't been for a long time. He says we're in over our heads. And I believe him. But I also think he's lying to himself. He wants to know what's going on just as badly as I do. He just doesn't want to be the one to look it in the eye when it shows up. So for now, he stays. And so do I. We sit behind the mics, night after night, playing music, killing dead air, waiting for the next piece to fall into place. Out here, nothing's certain, except that the signal keeps coming, and something out there is still listening. If you're out there, on a highway, at a truck stop, staring at the ceiling in some quiet motel room, I hope you're paying attention. These stories might sound strange, but they're real. We're living them. One night at a time. This has been Rory on the AM show, and you're listening to KMCR, out in the middle of nowhere.
Hey, huge thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to support me on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you enjoyed the story, and have a good night.
I work at a pet store called Farmer's Pets. If you walked through the front doors, you'd swear it was the most ordinary place in Michigan. The first thing you'd smell is cedar shavings. We keep the bird seed stacked against the left wall, dog food along the back, and rows of brightly colored fish tanks bubbling near the checkout counter. Families come in every afternoon after school. Kids press their faces against the glass, while parents promise they're just looking. Every Saturday, somebody buys their first goldfish, somebody else's hamster escapes inside the store, and somebody always asks if we have a puppy that doesn't shed. From the sidewalk, Farmer's Pets looks exactly like every other neighborhood pet store, and I've worked hard to keep it that way. People think owning a pet store is mostly feeding animals and cleaning cages. The truth is that is maybe 20% of my day. The rest is answering questions, ordering supplies, balancing invoices, repairing filters, helping nervous first-time owners, and convincing children that no, a rabbit and a python should probably not live in the same place. The back of the place, that's a different story. There's an employees-only door beside the fish room. Most customers assume it leads to a storage area or a break room. They aren't entirely wrong. There are shelves back there full of cleaning supplies, extra aquariums, plumbing parts, generators, medical cabinets, and enough dog food to survive the end of the world. But that's only the first hallway. Past another locked steel door is the part of the business I don't advertise. Concrete walls, security cameras, electronic locks. Inhabitants far larger than anyone would ever expect behind a neighborhood pet store. People hear the word cryptid, and they imagine chains, tiny cages, or some lunatic showing off monsters to anyone willing to pay $5 for a ticket. And I've never understood that way of thinking. Most of the things living behind those doors didn't choose to exist. They didn't ask to be feared. And they certainly didn't ask to end up depending on people. I don't hunt cryptids. I don't trap them for fun. Most of the ones I've taken in arrived because somebody else failed them. Sometimes I buy them from collectors who have no business owning them. Sometimes I rescue them after they're injured. Sometimes wildlife officers call me because they honestly don't know who else to contact. And every once in a while, one simply wanders onto my property looking for help. Whenever it's safe, I release them. That's always been the goal. A healthy creature belongs in the wild, not behind a fence. I have released more cryptids than I can count over the last 20 years. Some disappeared into the forest of northern Canada. Others ended up on protected islands or inside remote mountain ranges where people almost never go. A few were simply relocated far enough from civilization that they'd never bother anyone again. Watching one disappear back into the wilderness it's my favorite part of the job. Not all of them get that chance. Some are simply too dangerous. Not evil, dangerous. There's a difference. A mountain lion isn't evil, is it? Neither is a great white shark. You still don't want either one wandering through an elementary school parking lot. Some cryptids are exactly like that. If I release them, people would die. If someone else tried to keep them, they'd probably die too. So they stay here. Not inside little cages, not chained to concrete floors. If an animal spends its entire life pacing 10 feet back and forth, you've already failed it. The property behind the store covers just under 3 acres. Most people driving past have no idea it's there because the trees hide nearly everything. Over the years, I've built wooden enclosures, reinforced fields, artificial caves, indoor climbing habitats, ponds, tunnels, flight aviaries, and one underground containment bunker that took almost 2 years to finish. Every habitat is designed around the creature living inside it. That has always been my philosophy. Respect doesn't make them harmless, just makes me less of a monster. Now, Roger Sims has worked for me for almost 9 years now, and he still thinks I'm too soft. If it can rip your arm off, it doesn't care how nice you are, he always says. And he's probably right. I never confuse kindness with safety. Every enclosure has redundant locks, every gate has 2 exits, every feeding routine follows the same checklist we have used for years. Respect does not mean taking stupid chances. It means remembering that the thing on the other side of the fence is still alive. Roger and I disagree about plenty of things, but we've managed to keep each other alive so far. He handles maintenance, I handle most of the medical work, and between the two of us, the place runs surprisingly well. Most days. The hardest part of my life has nothing to do with cryptids. It's my daughter, Samantha. She's 12. About 6 weeks ago, she was diagnosed with seizures. The doctors are still trying to find the right medication. And so far, they have been wrong twice. The first seizure happened in our kitchen. She hit the tile hard enough to crack one of her front teeth. The second happened while walking down the hallway. She fell into the wall before collapsing onto the floor. And I was not home for either one. Roger thinks the creatures behind the store are the most dangerous things I deal with, and he could not be more wrong. Now every time my phone vibrates while I'm working, my stomach knots up before I even look at the screen. I have stitched creatures together that most people would run from. I have stood 20 feet away from things capable of killing me in seconds. And none of that scares me the same way seeing Samantha's name on my phone does. The funny thing is, after everything I've seen over the years, the first cryptid I wanted to tell you about, it's not the biggest, not the strongest, isn't even the one I planned on keeping. I found it bleeding behind my loading dock on a cold Tuesday morning, and if I hadn't seen it, it probably would have died before lunch. Now, like I said, I found it behind the loading dock on a Tuesday morning. It had rained hard the night before, and the alley behind Farmer's Pets was still full of shallow puddles. The dumpster lid was hanging open because Roger had forgotten to latch it again, and a wet cardboard box had collapsed beside the back door. I remember stepping over it with a case of frozen mice under one arm, already annoyed because the delivery truck was late and the front register was acting up. Then I saw the bird. First I thought it was dead. It was lying near the edge of the concrete ramp, half under the metal awning, soaked through and barely moving. Black and white feathers stuck to the pavement around it. One wing was spread at a bad angle. The other was tucked tight against its body. Blood had run down the slope of the dock and mixed with rainwater in a thin pink line. I set the case of mice down, and the crow barely opened one eye. That was the only reason I knew it was still alive. Wasn't a normal crow, at least not one I'd ever seen in Michigan. It was big, its body was mostly black, but its chest and the lower half of its face were white. The pattern made it look almost painted. Its beak was dark gray, cracked near the tip, and its feet kept flexing against the wet concrete, like it was trying to stand but couldn't remember how. Roger Sims came out behind me, carrying a mop bucket. He stopped in the doorway and said, what now?" I crouched beside the bird and saw the wound. Somebody had shot it. The bullet had gone in high near the shoulder, torn through muscle, and missed the center of the chest by less than an inch. I could see where the wing had tried to fold and couldn't. Every breath made the feathers around the wound tremble. Roger leaned over my shoulder. "Leave it." I didn't answer. "James, that thing, it's gonna be dead before lunch." The crow blinked again. Its beak opened, but no sound came out. I slid both hands under it as carefully as I could. It weighed almost nothing. Wet feathers, hollow bones, one weak heartbeat tapping against my fingers. It tried to bite me once, but it didn't have the strength. The beak only clicked against my glove. Roger sighed. "You are gonna spend 3 hours and $200 trying to save a bird that is not going to make it, my friend." "Open the treatment room," I said. Roger looked at me for another second, then went inside. I carried the bird through the back door, past the storage shelves, and into the small treatment room beside the quarantine hole. That room had seen worse things than a wounded bird, let me tell you. The walls were wet tile. The floor was sealed concrete with a drain in the middle. We had a stainless steel table, a surgical light, oxygen, suture kits, antibiotics, heating pads, and a cabinet full of supplies I hoped most customers never noticed on invoices. I set the crow on a folded towel. It didn't fight, and that worried me more than if it had. Before I started, I emptied my pockets onto the counter beside the sink. Keys, wallet, phone, loose receipts, and a small plastic container of mints. I set everything in a line without thinking about it. I always did that before working on something small. The last thing you want is to lean over an injured animal and drop your keys onto it. Roger stood in the doorway with his arms crossed. "You want me to call Wendy?" "Yes," I said. "She's gonna tell you the same thing I told you." "Great, thanks. Then she can tell me while I'm working." Roger made the call. I cut away the matted feathers around the wound. The crow flinched once when the scissors touched the torn muscle, and then went limp again. I cleaned the area with warm saline first. Blood kept welling up. Not fast enough to mean an artery, but steady enough that I had to keep pressure on it. Wendy Parker answered on speaker after the fourth ring. "Well, what did you find this time?" "Crow," Roger said. "Shot. James is being James." Entry wound near the right shoulder. Wing compromised. Still breathing. Weak pulse, I said. There was a pause. "Regular crow?" Wendy asked. I looked down at the white face and chest. "I don't know," I said. She walked me through what she could from the phone. I'd done plenty of field surgery before, but birds are delicate in a way most mammals aren't. Too much pressure breaks bones. Too much blood loss ends it. Too much anesthesia kills them faster than the injury. We kept it light. Warmth, oxygen, local anesthetic. Very careful work. The bullet fragment came out after 40 minutes. It was small, dull, ugly, flattened on one side. Somebody had shot it with a low-caliber round, probably from close enough that they knew exactly what they were aiming at. And that made me angry. Not surprised, just angry. Roger noticed the look on my face. "People shoot crows," he said. I dropped the fragment into a metal tray. It made a tiny sound, barely louder than a coin hitting a sink. The wound took almost 2 hours to clean and close. The muscle around the shoulder was torn but not destroyed. The wing wasn't broken, but the joint had swollen badly. I wrapped it tight against the body to keep it from trying to use it. And then I gave fluid, antibiotics, and placed the bird in a cardboard recovery box lined with clean towels and soft packing material to hold warmth around it. And by then, the storefront had opened. I could hear the bell over the entrance every few minutes, a child laughing near the fish tanks, Roger talking to a customer about rabbit pellets, normal sounds from the normal half of my life. The crow lay in a box under a heat lamp, eyes closed. It looked dead again. I watched its chest until I saw it barely rise. Then I wrote the time on a piece of tape and stuck it to the box. 10:42 a.m. Roger came back around noon with coffee. "Still alive?" he asked. "Yeah, for now." He looked into the box and shook his head. "You know, it's probably not going to thank you." "I didn't ask it to," I said. "Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. You do this like there is some moral scorecard out there." I adjusted the heat lamp and checked the bird's breathing again. Roger leaned against the counter. "You know you can't save everything, James." "I know that." "No, you can say that, but you don't act like it." I looked at him then. You know, he wasn't being cruel. Roger was blunt, but I knew him and he wasn't cruel. He had seen enough things die in that building to know when hope was expensive. He also knew I usually paid anyway. "It's alive right now," I began. "That's enough." And Roger didn't argue with that. The crow made it through the afternoon. It made it through closing. Before I left that night, I checked the bandage one more time. The bird still hadn't stood. Its eyes opened when I touched the edge of the box,
and this time it made a faint clicking sound with its beak. "Easy," I said. It watched me through barely opened eyes, and then closed them again. I lowered the lid halfway to keep the heat in, but left enough space for air, and then I closed the treatment room door, locked the back entrance, and I went home. The next morning I came in early. The sun wasn't fully up yet, and the front store was still dark except for the blue glow from the fish tanks. I unlocked the back door, turned off the alarm, and went straight to the treatment room. I expected to find the crow dead. I didn't want to, but I had done this long enough to know what overnight usually meant for something like that. When I opened the door, I could see something. A black and white shape lay crumpled inside. My stomach dropped. For a second, I just stood there in the doorway. I remember feeling stupid for being surprised. Roger had told me Wendy had sounded very doubtful. Even I had known the odds were very bad. And then I heard a call from across the room. Not loud or strong, but clear. I turned. The crow was near the supply cabinet, hopping slowly across the concrete floor. One wing was still wrapped tight against its body, the other flicked for balance. It jumped once, landed badly, bumped into the bottom drawer, and stared at me like the drawer had done it on purpose. The thing in the box wasn't its body, it was the towels and loose packing material I'd tucked around it for warmth. Some of the white stuffing had pulled free and stuck to the bloody gauze, making a shape that looked like feathers from the doorway. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "Well, look at you," I said. The crow cawed again at that. It tried to hop away from me. Made it about 10 inches and had to stop. Still couldn't fly, probably couldn't even climb, but it was up, moving, alive. Roger appeared behind me a minute later with his jacket still on. "It die?" he asked. The crow cawed. Roger looked past me. "Will you look at that?" he said. The bird hopped sideways and knocked over a roll of gauze. I stepped carefully into the room and closed the door behind me so it couldn't get into the hall. The crow watched every move. It didn't panic, didn't throw itself against the walls. It just kept a few feet between us and hopped whenever I came too close. I picked up the box and set it back under the heat lamp. The crow ignored it. Roger pointed at the counter. I looked over, and at first I didn't know what he meant. And then I saw the small plastic container beside the sink. The mints I had taken out of my pocket before surgery. The one that had been full the morning before. It was empty. Every green Tic Tac was gone, and the lid was still snapped shut. I picked it up and turned it in my hand. There were no cracks in the plastic, no bite marks, no spilled mints on the counter or floor, nothing sticky or crushed, just an empty container that had been full when I set it down. Roger looked at the crow. The crow looked back at Roger, and Roger said, "I guess somebody likes mint." I should have put the bird back in a cage after that. I didn't. I had a feeling that somehow it would just get out again, so I left the box open. The wolf dog. People always ask me which cryptid I'd least like to meet alone in the woods. Most expect me to say the Mongolian death worm. Some guess the Mothman. The answer is neither. It's the wolf dog. Not because it's the strongest thing on my property, it isn't. Not because it's the fastest, it's fast, but it's probably not that either. The problem is that it thinks. There are plenty of dangerous animals in the world. Grizzly bears, Cape buffalo, saltwater crocodiles, they're all dangerous. The difference is that those animals mostly react to whatever is happening right now. The wolf dog plans. I bought him almost 11 years ago from a ranch in western Montana. The owner had inherited him from his grandfather and spent nearly 3 years pretending it was simply an unusually large wolf hybrid. It wasn't.
The county eventually got involved after 4 head of cattle disappeared from neighboring properties without leaving so much as a drag mark. Nobody could prove the wolf dog was responsible. Nobody wanted to keep him either. And that's how he ended up with me. Most people picture cages when I tell them I keep cryptids, and they couldn't be more wrong. The wolf dog enclosure sits almost 300 yards behind the main building. You can't even see it from the parking lot because the tree lines hide nearly everything. Getting there means driving a small utility car through 2 security gates before reaching the outer fence. The enclosure itself covers a little over 2 acres. Rolling hills, tall pines, natural grass, a creek that runs through the center, 3 artificial dens built into the hillside, large boulders for shade, several reinforced feeding stations. From a distance, it looks less like an enclosure than a private nature preserve. That's intentional. If something spends its life behind a fence, I believe it deserves enough room to actually run. Predators that pace tiny cages eventually lose their minds. And I won't do that to anything. Not if I can help it. Roger says I spoil him. I say exercise is cheaper than rebuilding fences. We park beside the outer gate. Roger grabbed the meat bucket while I unlocked the first door. "You see him?" he asked. I looked across the hillside. Nothing. Just grass moving in the wind. "Not yet." Roger smiled. "He's watching. He always is." We entered the safety corridor between the 2 fences. 8-foot chain link on one side, 15-foot reinforced steel mesh on the other. Concrete below. Steel overhead. There isn't a place in that corridor where you're ever standing directly beside the enclosure. Again, intentional. The wolf dog appeared without making a sound then. 1 second there was nothing. The next he was standing beneath a pine tree about 80 yards away. He was enormous. His shoulders reached nearly to my waist. His coat was mostly gray, fading into black along the back with patches of white around the throat. At first glance, he looked like an exceptionally large timber wolf. And then he started walking. His front legs were slightly too long, his stride too smooth. His head stayed unnaturally level while the rest of his body moved beneath it. There was something almost practiced about the way he walked. Like he'd spent years studying ordinary wolves and never quite got the imitation just perfect. He stopped 20 feet from the inner fence, never growled or barked, simply watched us. His amber eyes moved from Roger to me, to the meat bucket, and then briefly upward. I followed his gaze. The crow sat on the top rail of the outer fence. Its injured wing still rested awkwardly against its side, but it looked far stronger than it had a week earlier. It watched the wolf dog, and the wolf dog watched it back. Neither seemed concerned by the other's presence. Roger opened the feeding hatch. "I still don't like this." "You never have," I said. "He isn't normal." "Neither are any of them," I said. Roger slid several pounds of venison through the reinforced chute. The wolf dog didn't touch it. Instead, he kept looking at me. "You want permission?" Roger muttered. "I think he does," I said. I stepped closer to the fence. "Breakfast?" And only then did the wolf dog lower his head. He carried the meat several yards away before eating. Never rushed or snapped. Never acted possessive. Predators don't always need aggression to remind you that they are very dangerous. Sometimes confidence is worse. Roger folded his arms. The wolf dog finished eating, then lay down in the grass. Roger shook his head. "I don't like when they start acting friendly." Before leaving, I always walked the perimeter fence, every post and latch, every camera. The wolf dog followed from inside, matching my pace almost the entire way around the enclosure, never trying to get closer,
never fallen behind, just walking. When I reached the final gate, he stopped. I looked back once. He was standing on top of the hill overlooking the property. Behind him stretched 2 acres of trees, grass, creek, and open sky. More freedom than most zoos ever give their wolves. Still, a fence was a fence, and I hated that. But I hated the alternative more. The wolf dog watched until I disappeared through the second gate. The crow remained perched on the fence long after we drove away. And for reasons I couldn't explain, the wolf dog never took his eyes off it. Entity 3. The Mothman. If you ask 10 people what they think the Mothman looks like, you'll probably get 10 different answers. Some imagine glowing red eyes, some picture a giant owl. Others think it's some kind of demon with wings. Most of them are wrong. I've only seen one, and that's enough for me. The Mothman arrived almost 7 years ago after a logging cabin in West Virginia found it tangled in the cables of an abandoned radio tower. Nobody knew how long it'd been hanging there. By the time I got the call, 3 different agencies had already argued over who was supposed to deal with it. Eventually, someone who knew me handed over my number. And 2 days later, it was sitting in a custom-built transport trailer headed north. Unlike the wolf dog, the Mothman has never shown the slightest interest in escaping. That surprises people. The truth is, most animals don't spend every waking second trying to break out. If they're healthy, well-fed, and have enough room to behave naturally, they're usually content to stay where they feel safe. And that's why its enclosure is my favorite structure on the property. It took almost 18 months to build. From the outside, looks like an oversized aircraft hangar surrounded by pine trees. Inside, it's 35 feet tall. Steel beams disappear into the shadows overhead. Artificial cliffs line the walls. Dead trees rise toward the ceiling. Natural rock ledges wrap around the perimeter. The center is left almost completely open, so something with wings can actually use them. There are skylights made from laminated ballistic glass, nearly impossible to break. During the day, sunlight filters through the roof. At night, the interior stays dim, except for a handful of low amber lights mounted near the floor. I don't believe in locking flying creatures inside little cages where they can barely spread their wings. If something can fly, it deserves to fly. Roger unlocked the outer service door while I grabbed the food bucket. "You still think this thing likes you?" "I don't think it likes anybody," I asked. "I think it definitely likes you more than me." "It tolerates me," I replied. Whatever, that's about the same thing." We stepped inside. 2 steel doors. Only one can open at a time. Standard procedure. When the second door rolled upward, cool air drifted out of the enclosure, carrying the smell of damp wood, feathers, and rain-soaked stone. At first I didn't see it, and that's normal. The Mothman is astonishingly difficult to spot when it doesn't want to be seen. And then something moved. Not on the ground, above us. A pair of wings unfolded from the shadows high in the rafters. Slowly, silently. They weren't feathered the way people imagine. Closer to velvet than feathers. Dark charcoal gray with lighter patterns running through them like tree bark. The wings opened wider, much wider, maybe 12 feet across. The creature released its grip on the beam, and instead of dropping, it simply glided. One smooth circle around the enclosure. It barely made a sound. When it landed on one of the artificial trees, it folded its wings around itself until it almost disappeared against the trunk. And only then could I clearly see its eyes. Bright amber, like sunlight passing through old whiskey. Roger stopped beside me. "I hate those eyes," he whispered. I slid several pounds of raw turkey into the feeding platform. The Mothman didn't move. It never rushed food, never begged, never acted excited. It simply watched. People always expect me to tell them the Mothman predicts disaster. Movies made that idea popular. Books repeated it. Even some cryptid researchers believe it. They're wrong. The Mothman doesn't predict anything. It reacts. There's a difference. Over years of observation, I started noticing a pattern. Every single time someone nearby suffered a serious physical injury, the Mothman became restless beforehand. Broken bones, heart attacks, industrial accidents. I still don't know how. Maybe it smells something changing inside the body. Maybe it hears something we can't. Maybe it's something stranger than either of those. I honestly don't know. I only know what I've seen. Roger doesn't buy my explanation. "You've got confirmation bias," he says. "I've also got 7 years of notes," I reply. Every unusual behavior on my property gets written down. Feeding habits, sleep schedules, weather, medical observations, anything that repeats. Patterns matter. Especially when you're dealing with animals nobody else has spent enough time studying. The crow landed quietly on the railing beside the viewing platform then. It still wasn't flying well. Mostly short glides now. Its injured wing had healed enough that it stayed folded normally, although every once in a while I'd notice a slight hitch when it landed. The Mothman looked directly at the crow, and the crow looked back. A few seconds passed, and Roger said, "I think they know each other." Entity 4. Smallfoot. Out of everything living behind farmers' pets, Smallfoot is probably my favorite. Not because he's the safest, he isn't. Not because he's the smartest, either. I like Smallfoot because, despite everything strange about him, he reminds me more of an ordinary animal than almost anything else I keep. If you've ever watched a raccoon spend 15 minutes trying to steal a half-eaten hot dog from a garbage can, you already understand about half of his personality. The other half is pure trouble. The first time I saw him, I actually laughed. Not because he looked ridiculous, because he looked impossible. Most people picture Bigfoot as some enormous, 8-foot-tall giant stomping through the woods. Smallfoot looked exactly like one, just shrunk down. He stood barely 3 foot tall. Broad shoulders, long arms, dark brown hair covering nearly his entire body except his face and palms. Massive feet, heavy brow, deep black eyes that never seemed to miss anything. If someone had photographed him standing beside an ordinary Bigfoot, you'd swear they were the same species. One just happened to be much, much smaller. I got him from a retired park ranger out west. The ranger claimed a logging company had accidentally bulldozed part of a cave system during road construction. Most of the colony disappeared into the forest. This one didn't. He broke his ankle. The ranger spent nearly a month nursing him back to health before realizing there was no safe place to release him. The logging operation had expanded. The surrounding forest had become hiking trails. People were everywhere, and eventually he called me. That was almost, 5 years ago now. Unlike the wolf dog, Smallfoot could probably survive in the wild. The problem is not survival, it's people. Sooner or later, somebody would post a video online, then helicopters would show up, news crews, hunters, collectors. I'd rather he spent his life here than become somebody's laboratory experiment. And if I find a good, solid option to release him later, I will. His habitat covers almost an acre. No bars, tiny cage, an actual forest. Live maple trees, pine trees, large climbing logs, natural boulders. A shallow creek running through the center. Artificial caves built into the hillside. Platforms suspended high in the branches. Rope bridges, puzzle feeders, hidden compartments. Things to climb and tear apart and investigate. Intelligent animals get bored. Bored animals become destructive. So every week I change something. I move a log, I hide food somewhere new. build another climbing frame, replace puzzle boxes, anything to keep him thinking. Roger calls it enrichment. Smallfoot, I think he calls it a challenge. "You made another one?" Roger asked as we walked toward the enclosure. I pointed toward a wooden box hanging from one of the trees. "Yeah, he figured out the last feeder in 2 days," I said. "I still think you're making him smarter." "I probably am." "You ever think that's a bad idea?" The outer gate buzzed open. Unlike the wolf dog enclosure, this one felt almost peaceful. Birds nested in the trees. The creek made just enough noise to drown out the highway almost half a mile away. Sunlight filtered through the branches. If you ignored the 12-foot security fence surrounding the property, it looked like an ordinary patch of forest. Roger whistled once. Nothing happened. Then a pine cone bounced off his shoulder. He sighed. "Morning." Another pine cone hit the ground beside his boot. "Okay, you done?" A third one landed directly on top of his hat. I couldn't help laughing. Roger looked up. "Ah, right, I know you're up there." Leaves shook overhead. A small, hairy face slowly appeared between the branches. Smallfoot grinned, then disappeared again. "You encourage this," Roger muttered. "I absolutely do," I said. We walked deeper into the enclosure. Halfway to the creek, I stopped beside a weatherproof storage box. Empty. "That's odd." "What?" "The tools," I said. "What tools?" "The pruning shears." Roger immediately groaned. "They're gone again?" "They're gone," I said. Roger looked back toward the trees. Hey, give them back." Silence, then, from somewhere high above us, came a soft, chattering laugh. "He thinks you're funny," I said. "He thinks I'm an idiot." "Yeah, those aren't mutually exclusive," I said. And we spent the next 10 minutes looking. Not because we needed the shears immediately, because this had become part of our routine. Smallfoot never destroyed things. He collected them. Flashlights, tape measures, coffee mugs, garden gloves, extension cords, all kinds of things. One time he stole an entire windshield wiper. I still have no idea how. Roger once lost his wallet for almost 3 weeks, and we eventually found it inside a hollow log. Every card still neatly inside. Nothing damaged. Smallfoot didn't steal because he needed things. He stole because he enjoyed watching us look for him. Roger finally spotted movement near the creek. "There." And Smallfoot sat on top of a boulder with my pruning shears resting across his lap. He wasn't using them. He was holding them, watching us. "Come on," Roger said. Smallfoot tilted his head, didn't move. I reached into my backpack, and I pulled out a jar of peanut butter. Smallfoot's eyes widened immediately. I unscrewed the lid just enough for the smell to drift across the clearing. Smallfoot climbed down from the boulder, slowly, never taking his eyes off the jar. He carried the pruning shears over, set them gently on the ground, and then looked at me expectantly. I rolled the jar toward him, and he caught it before it tipped over. Roger shook his head. "You've trained him." "No," I said. "Then what do you call that?" "A trade," I replied. Smallfoot hugged the peanut butter against his chest and disappeared into the trees before Roger finished talking. Roger picked up the shears. As we continued checking the habitat, something black landed on a nearby branch. The crow. It had become a regular visitor over the last couple of weeks. Its wing still wasn't perfect, but it could fly well enough now to move around the property. It watched us for a few seconds, then looked toward the trees. A moment later, Smallfoot reappeared. He still had peanut butter smeared across one side of his face. The two stared at one another. Neither seemed surprised. Smallfoot reached behind a log and pulled out a battered coffee mug, one of Roger's. He set it on the ground, and the crow hopped down beside it, tilted its head, and then pecked once at something lying in the grass. Roger bent over. "Hey, my pen." He picked it up. "I've been looking for this all week." The crow hopped backward. Smallfoot made another quiet chattering sound that almost sounded like laughter. Roger looked from one to the other, and then the crow fluttered up into the branches. Smallfoot vanished into the forest. I am going to give Smallfoot the option to leave one day, to go back into the forest. But first we have to find his family, and we have to keep him safe. Entity 5. The Mongolian Death Worm. Now there's plenty of things on my property that can hurt you. The wolf dog could kill a grown man if he ever wanted to. The Mothman could probably break every bone in your body just by dropping you from the top of the aviary. Even Smallfoot is strong enough to shatter fingers if he ever stopped treating everything like a game. None of those concern me as much as what's buried beneath the sand. People have asked me more questions about the Mongolian death worm than every other cryptid combined. Most of them want to know if it's real. It is. The second question is usually what it looks like. And the honest answer is I don't really know anymore. Because I haven't actually seen it in 8 years. That usually surprises people. How do you care for something you never see? Well, carefully. Its habitat sits farther from the main property than every other enclosure. Far beyond the wolf dog's field, hidden behind a thick stack of pines, is a low concrete structure built into the side of a hill. From the outside, it looks more like a military bunker than an animal habitat. There's no windows, no skylights, no viewing platform, only a single reinforced steel door surrounded by poured concrete nearly 3 feet thick. The building exists for one purpose: keeping whatever lives there inside. Most visitors expect to walk through the glass and see some giant monster waiting behind it. Instead, they see sand. Nothing but sand. The enclosure measures a little over 100 feet long and nearly 50 feet wide. The floor disappears beneath thousands of tons of compacted desert sand imported over several years from multiple suppliers. Every few months more is added to replace what settles or is removed during maintenance. The walls are smooth, reinforced concrete. The ceiling rises almost 30 feet overhead. Large ventilation systems keep the temperature and humidity remarkably stable year-round. There are buried heating systems beneath sections of the enclosure that simulate warmer ground during winter. Water lines run underneath the surface, maintaining moisture levels that closely resemble the regions where the species is believed to have originated. As strange as it sounds, I wanted the animal to have a life that resembled the one it was meant for, even if I never actually saw it. The first time I entered the enclosure, years ago, I expected to watch it moving beneath the surface. Instead, nothing happened. The sand looked perfectly still. No ripples or tunnels, no movement. I stood there for almost 20 minutes before realizing I was making the same mistake everyone else makes. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't watching you. Maintenance inside the bunker follows the same schedule every Tuesday morning. Every single one, no exceptions. 40 pounds of meat, always the same amount. Always dropped from the same location. Always behind the same painted safety line. There is only one rule inside that building. Never, ever step beyond the red line. Everything inside that painted boundary belongs to it. Everything outside belongs to me. And that arrangement has worked for almost a decade. I intend to keep it that way. The bunker remains strangely quiet. Occasionally, grains of sand slide down one of the slopes. Otherwise, nothing. It's the quiet that unsettles people. Silence makes you listen harder. Eventually, your imagination starts inventing sounds that aren't really there. A scrape, a vibration, something shifting beneath your feet. I've learned not to trust any of it. Every Tuesday, I wheel the meat inside using the same stainless steel cart. The wheels leave shallow tracks across the concrete. The smell reaches the enclosure long before I do. I stop at the red line, set the buckets down, tip them forward. Chunks of meat tumble out of the sand. And then I back away, immediately. The first sign is almost impossible to notice. One tiny depression, then another. Then the sand begins folding inward. The meat slowly slides downward. One piece disappears, then another. Then the buckets themselves tip over and vanish beneath the surface, without making much more noise than a rock dropped into dry dirt. The sand settles, and within moments the enclosure looks untouched. That's why I haven't seen the worm in 8 years. I don't need to. Every Tuesday it reminds me it's still right there. People sometimes ask why I don't install cameras beneath the sand, and I've tried 3 times. The first camera stopped transmitting after 2 days. The second lasted almost a week. The third disappeared completely. We excavated for nearly 2 days before giving up. Whatever lives under that sand either destroys equipment or simply carries it away. I decided I didn't need to know which. Some mysteries don't need solving. They just need respecting. And that's true for most of the animals on my property. Curiosity has killed far more people than ignorance ever has. I never stand at the red line longer than necessary. I never test boundaries. I never throw objects into the enclosure just to see what happens. Those are the kinds of decisions people make right before becoming cautionary tales. The bunker is the only habitat on my property that genuinely feels like a prison. Not because it's small, it's enormous. Not because it's neglected, it receives constant maintenance. Because there's simply nowhere on Earth where I could safely release what lives beneath that sand. The wolf dog could disappear into the wilderness. Smallfoot might someday have a chance. Even the Mothman could probably find some forgotten stretch of mountains where nobody would ever notice it. Maybe one day he will. The death worm has no such future. If it escaped, someone would eventually die. Probably a lot of people. That thought has always bothered me. Not because I doubt the decision, but because I know it never chose it. It didn't ask to spend its life beneath reinforced concrete. It simply exists according to its own nature. The least I can do is make that existence as comfortable as possible. When the feeding was finished, I closed the bunker door and secured the locks one by one. The forest outside felt strangely bright after the dim interior. Birds were singing. A breeze moved through the pines. For a few moments, it was easy to forget what lay beneath a hill behind me. And then somewhere across the property, a long, hollow scream echoed through the trees. The Mothman. The sound carried farther than I'd ever heard before. I looked toward the main buildings. The crow burst into the air above the rooftops, circling once before flying toward the front of the property. And for reasons I couldn't explain, watching it leave filled me with a sense of urgency I hadn't felt in years. Without stopping to think about why, I started running toward my truck. By the time I reached the parking lot, I'd already convinced myself I was overreacting. The Mothman had screamed before. Not often and not like that, but enough times that I couldn't justify panicking every single time it happened. Still, I drove home faster than I should have. The entire trip took less than 12 minutes. I don't remember a single traffic light. I don't remember passing the grocery store or the gas station I drove by almost every day. I just remember pulling into my driveway and immediately noticing something wrong. The back gate stood open. Samantha never left that gate open. Not once. She'd grown up around my property long enough to understand that habits kept people safe. Close the door, lock the gate, tell someone where you're going. Simple, important things. I parked crooked, left the engine running, and walked through the front door. The TV was on. A bowl of cereal sat on the coffee table, still half full. Her phone rested beside it. And that made my stomach drop harder than anything else. Samantha never went anywhere without her phone anymore. Not after the diagnosis. If she felt an episode coming, she was supposed to call me immediately. That had been our agreement. I picked it up. The battery was almost full. No missed calls or messages. No explanation. I called her name. Nothing. I checked every room. Nothing. The house wasn't that large. It only took 2 minutes to know she wasn't anywhere inside. So I went back outside. The yard behind our house backed up against several acres of woods. Nothing dense enough to get lost in forever, dense enough that finding someone lying on the ground wasn't always easy. I searched the garden first, and then the swing set we'd built when she was 6, then the small walking trail she'd worn through the trees over the years. Nothing. And every second that passed made my thoughts worse. What if she'd had a seizure? What if she'd fallen? What if she'd hit her head? I started calling her name louder. The woods answered with birds. Nothing else. I reached the old equipment shed near the edge of the property. Empty. The small creek behind it. Empty. I doubled back toward the house, trying to think instead of panic. If she'd gone walking, where would she have gone? If she'd collapsed, where wouldn't I have thought to look? Something landed on the mailbox beside the driveway then. The crow. It looked healthier than ever. The damaged wing still sat a little lower than the other, but only if you knew what to look for. It stared at me, then it gave one sharp caw. I barely noticed. My attention stayed on the woods. Another caw. When I looked back, the crow had flown about 30 yards toward the tree line. It landed on a fence post, turned, looked directly at me, then cawed again. The crow flew again. Another fence post, another caw, and this time it didn't look away. It simply waited. I don't know why I followed. Maybe because I'd already searched everywhere else. Maybe because panic makes people do strange things. Maybe because deep down, I remembered every strange thing that bird had done since the morning I found it bleeding behind my loading dock. I started walking. The crow immediately flew farther. Not far, just far enough to stay ahead of me. It never disappeared into the trees, never flew out of sight, always stopping somewhere visible, always waiting. Fence post, tree branch, old stump. Caw, wait, fly again. I followed it across the back field, past the equipment shed, beyond the garden, toward a part of the property Samantha almost never visited. An old pile of storm-felled trees sat near the far fence. Several years earlier, I'd stacked the larger logs there, intending to cut them into firewood. Tall grass had grown around the pile, and the crow landed on the highest log. It didn't fly again, it only looked down. I hurried the last few yards, and at first I didn't see her. And then I noticed one white sneaker sticking out from behind the logs. Everything else disappeared, and I ran. Samantha lay on her side in the grass, one arm tucked awkwardly beneath her, leaves stuck to her shirt. A scrape crossed one side of her forehead where she'd fallen against the bark. But she was breathing. Thank God she was breathing. Her eyes fluttered open as I knelt beside her. She looked confused, exhausted, like someone waking from a dream they couldn't remember. She tried to sit up, and I gently stopped her. She had another scrape on her knee, a bruise already forming along one elbow. It looked like she'd collapsed, rolled down the slight slope beside the log pile, and come to rest where nobody passing the trail would ever have seen her. If I'd searched the property another 10 or 20 minutes, I still don't think I would have looked there. I called for help, and then I stayed beside her until it arrived. Only after I knew she was going to be okay did I remember the crow. I looked toward the top of the log pile, and it was still there, watching. The ambulance pulled into the driveway several minutes later. The lights flashed through the trees. People hurried toward us carrying equipment. And when I looked back towards the crow, it was gone. Well, Samantha recovered. The doctors adjusted her medication again, and the next few weeks were better than the previous 6. Not perfect, but better. Life slowly returned to something resembling normal. I've never seen the crow again. Part of me does hope I see it again one day. I still owe it a thank you. Well, every morning before I begin work, I still empty my pockets onto the stainless steel table in the treatment room. Then I unlock the doors leading to the back property. The wolf dog is usually waiting somewhere along the fence line. Smallfoot is almost certainly hiding something that belongs to me. The Mothman circles silently through its aviary, and every Tuesday, 40 pounds of meat disappear beneath the sand. There are plenty of other habitats beyond those. Some hold animals that are almost ready to return to the wild. Others will probably spend the rest of their lives here because that's the only way both they and everyone else can stay safe. From the street, Farmer's Pets still looks like an ordinary neighborhood pet shop. People come in for dog food, cat litter, aquarium filters, birdseed. Most of them never notice the reinforced doors beyond the fish tanks. And if I keep doing my job right, they never will.
Name's Charlie. I'm 25. Been on the road since I was 20. Bouncing from town to town with everything I own packed into an old army duffel on the backseat of a 94 Corolla. It's the kind of car that makes a weird noise if you push it anywhere near 60. College didn't work out. I gave it a shot, I really did. Lasted a year and a half before the whole thing fell apart. Didn't fail out, exactly. Just stopped going. I remember sitting in a lecture hall, listening to some guy talk about classic literature or whatever, and thinking, yeah, this ain't for me. Never had a head for books. I can read, sure, but it's slow going, like pushing mud uphill. Half the time I'd get through a chapter and realize I did not remember a single thing. That's the hard truth of it. But I can work. Always could. You give me a grill, a fryer, a mop, whatever, I'll do it. No complaints. I show up on time, I stay late, I don't mess around. That's worth something, even if it doesn't come with a fancy title or a name tag with manager on it. I don't need that. I just need the check. Ain't for me anyway. It's for my little brother Sam. Kid's 16 now. Smart as hell. The kind of smart that makes you proud. Talks about science stuff, math theories, plans for college, and I try to keep up, but mostly I just nod and say, "That's real good, Sam." He's polite about it, pretends I'm following along, but he knows. He's always known he got the brains in the family. And that's fine. That's more than fine. My job's just to keep the lights on back home and send him when I can. Mom's not around anymore. Dad works nights at the plant, but his body's given out faster than the paycheck. So I pick up the slack where I can. Few $100 here, couple gas cards there. A new calculator when Sam broke his again from carrying it everywhere. That sort of thing. He tells me not to worry about him, says I should save some for myself. But I never listen. I don't need much. I have lived out of cars, tents, moldy basements, busted trailers. I can make do with a couch and a clean bathroom. Give me a cup of joe and a hot meal, and I will call it a good night. This current gig, it's some rundown diner at the edge of town. Name's Grady's Chicken Stop. Neon sign barely works. Only flickers the word stop half the time. It's a 24-hour joint, but the only real traffic comes in after 10. And even then, not much. People just call it the local KFC. You're the new hire, right? Yeah, I can tell just by the way you're standing there, hands stuffed in your pockets, eyes trying not to look too long at the stains on the ceiling. So why'd you take the job? Place looks like it should have been bulldozed 20 years ago, am I right? I'll guess. Life has kicked you around a bit, hasn't it? Chewed you up, spit you out, and now you're here, standing behind a cracked Formica counter in the middle of nowhere. Well, don't worry too much about it. God has a way of figuring things out for people like us. We just do our best not to go nuts in the meantime. Either way, you're here now, and I guess that makes me your official tour guide in this place. Welcome to Grady's, or Grady's KFC.
or whatever name corporate's pretending we go by this month. Place is old, older than it looks, even with the new paint job and the fancy LED menu up front. Back in the 50s, I think it was a McDonald's? I think. And then somebody bought it and slapped a KFC sign on the roof. Then it burned down. That was in 62, I think. They rebuilt it. Kept the same bones, though. Same weird layout. Fryer's in the wrong corner. Cooler door sticks if it's humid, and the door to the basement is in the men's bathroom. In 78, there was some kind of accident. Nobody around here talks about it, but I heard it involved a kid. Tragedy, they called it in the paper. One of those words that means everything and nothing at the same time. Later on in 99, somebody went missing. One of the workers, from what I heard, just didn't show up to clock out one night. His jacket was still in the back room, and his name badge was sitting on top of the register. You'll hear stories. Locals like to talk once they trust you. Most of them don't come in after midnight, though. And that says something, doesn't it? Anyway, well, now it's back to being a KFC, kinda. We still got the buckets, still wear the Colonel on our shirts, but I'd be lying if I told you we followed anything close to regulation. Health inspector only shows up when someone complains. Before you start, okay, there's something you need to know. There's a list of strange rules. So listen close. The list is taped inside the mop closet door. Yellow papers, corners curling up, thick black marker that's been fading for years. The first one's the one that matters most. Rule number 1. Start your shift right. That's the title, written across the top in big block letters. Can't miss it. You start with the sign. Turn it from open to closed. Doesn't take long, but it has to be done. You've got a few quiet minutes between the last of the regular folk walking out and the first of the others showing up. That window is very small and you do not want to miss it. This sign isn't for the monsters. It's for the unlucky people who might try to come inside at the wrong time. Turning it tells them to stay away, and it tells the regulars that the place is ready. And by regulars, I mean the monsters. Yeah, you heard me right. Vampires, sirens, werewolves, boogeymans, and anything else that goes bump in the night. Once the sign is turned, move to the counter. Get rid of the garlic sauce. You can throw it out or stash it in the walk-in. Doesn't matter how you do it, just make sure it is not sitting anywhere out in the open. Trolls and vampires, they cannot stand the stuff. The smell is bad enough for them. But what really sets them off is the burn. Garlic hits them like battery acid. You leave it out by mistake, and things start going sideways fast. There was a new guy last year. Forgot a tub on the prep counter. Wasn't even open. Just sitting there with the lid on. Well, Troll came in, caught the scent, and lost it. Knocked over 2 booths, shattered the soda machine, and tried to throw a trash can through the drive-thru window. All of it over a sealed tub of sauce. Once the garlic is handled, grab the ketchup and mustard. Set them out front. And then you deal with the pretzels. Look under the counter, and there's a little woven basket and a sealed bag of salted pretzels inside. Wash your hands if they're messy. Open the bag, pour the pretzels in, and place the basket right in the middle of the counter. Those are for the goblins. They show up early sometimes, before you're even finished with the setup. They don't come through the door like everyone else. 1 minute the restaurant's empty, the next you'll turn around and there they are, crouched on the napkin dispenser or perched on top of the soda machine. 5 or 6 of them just blinking at you. They don't order food. They're not here to eat. They're here to work. They mop. They take out the trash. They scrape the fryer bins and clean the drains and fix whatever gets stuck in the ice machine. Nobody trained them. They don't speak to anyone either.
but they get the job done and they do it fast. That is, if you've put the pretzels out. Forget the pretzels and things start going wrong. They'll dump grease down the sink. They'll jam the doors with bits of fryer baskets. This one time, they stuck forks in the toaster slots and made the lights flicker until someone reset the breakers by hand. Worst I have seen was the jukebox. They rigged it to play the same Conway Twitty track on repeat. 6 hours nonstop. Unplugging didn't help. The manager had to bring in someone in a white button-down who didn't blink once during the whole visit. I didn't ask what department he was from. The salt is what binds the goblins to the job. That's the part that matters. They won't work without it, and you don't want them wandering around bored. So you do the routine. Sign, garlic, ketchup, mustard, pretzels. Always in that order. And you've got 3 minutes to do it all. We call it the quick change. After a while, comes muscle memory. My hands already know what to do before my head catches up. I have done it in my sleep more than once. Flip the sign, clear the sauce, set the bottles, basket on the counter, done. Some people try to race themselves. They treat it like a challenge. Try to beat their best time. Try shooting for Employee of the Month, things like that. But we don't stop there. There's more you should know, and this time it's about the stuff we sell. Rule number 2. Know what they eat. The second rule, it's about food. You'd think that part would be easy in a place like this. It's not. Monsters are picky eaters. Not in a cute way, either. They know what they like, and they don't handle surprises well. That means you don't cut corners. You give them what they want every single time. Vampires don't just hate garlic. They treat it like poison. You already pulled the garlic sauces off a line, but it shows up in other stuff too. Some of the spicy rubs in the back have garlic powder buried in the ingredients. Even the buffalo glaze we get in the squeeze bottles has a trace of it. They can smell it. Doesn't matter how cooked it is. One whiff and they stop moving. Sometimes they leave, sometimes they don't. Werewolves are worse. They've got a problem with the mint syrup we keep near the lemonade machine. It's supposed to be for the citrus cooler on the daytime menu. Green label, strong smell, kinda sticky when it dries. On the day shift, it's no big deal. People like it. At night, you keep it locked up. Don't even leave it on the counter. One guy, Chris, served a Wolfman a lemonade with a shot of mint in it. Total accident. Hit the wrong tap. He didn't even realize what he'd done until the cup hit the floor and the claws came out. Then, there are the sirens. Now, sirens aren't violent exactly. They don't wreck stuff or throw punches. But if you let the fryer run dry while they're in the building, they will start to sing. And what's worse, it doesn't lure you in the same way the stories describe them. It just gets inside your ears and makes everything feel wrong. The walls go loose around the edges. Things stop lining up. You feel like your brain is trying to move sideways. And then you find yourself at the edge of the dock, ready to drown yourself. There was a girl here last summer, Steph, worked register mostly. She ran out of pies during a rush and had to tell a siren to wait. She only heard one note. Just one. Left in the middle of her shift and never said a word to anyone. 2 days later, someone found her sitting in the walk-in at the Wendy's 5 towns over, standing near a deep pool. And Steph didn't know how to swim. Keep the fryers full. Keep the pies stocked. Don't let the syrup run low. If it's got sugar in it, the sirens are going to want it. All of it. There's a red binder under the register. It's been there longer than I have.
The spine's half gone, and someone tried to glue the back cover on, but it's still holding together, barely. Inside are pages on everyone who's ever come through here more than once. Monsters, I mean. 1 page per regular. Name, notes, habits, what they order, what they don't like, what they've done in the past. It's basically our version of a field guide, and it's supposed to help keep the place running. Some of the names are crossed out, though. I don't ask why. You'll get to know the regulars. You kinda have to. There's a vampire who always orders 2 chicken tenders and a side of slaw, no sauce. Leaves exact change. Never looks at you. There's a siren who dunks her fries in chocolate syrup. She hums while she eats. You'll hear it. The binder doesn't leave the counter during your shift. You don't take it home. You don't copy it. You read it when it's slow. You keep it close when it's not. Some of the names are underlined. Those are ones to watch. Not bad, necessarily, just unpredictable. Some are circled. That usually means they're safe. The regulars, the routine types. A few have red marks across the corner. If you see one of those, you don't talk. You don't smile. You don't take your time. You serve them what they want and move on. No one puts a name in the binder unless they've been here more than once. So if someone walks in and they're not in there, pay attention. New monsters don't always know the rules, and some don't care. Either way, they notice when you mess up their food. Rule number 3. Dead children eat for free. Sometimes, while you're wiping down the counter or restocking the sauces, you'll look up and notice the dining room isn't empty anymore. You won't hear the bell above the door, and you won't catch them walking in. One moment the place will be quiet, and the next, they'll already be standing there like they've been waiting a long time. They usually show up in small groups, 2 at a time, sometimes 3 or 4. Once in a while, a whole line of them, walking close together, like they're afraid to lose each other. The way they move reminds me of school field trips. Hands tucked into sleeves, eyes on the floor. No one talking. Most of the time, their clothes don't match the season. I've seen kids come in wearing tank tops in the middle of winter, or zipped up coats in the dead of summer. One girl came in once, wearing slippers and hospital socks. Her hair was soaked through, even though it hadn't rained in days. They don't speak when they reach the counter. They just step up one at a time and point. Sometimes they want fries. Sometimes a milkshake or nuggets. They point, you nod, you back it up, and you hand it over. And you never charge them, not a single cent. Corporate covers that cost just fine, so don't go chasing them down for change, okay? That's the rule. Dead children eat for free. Look, no one knows how they died, and we don't ask, okay? And we don't really want to know why they eat, either. People talk about them a lot online, not just the ones that show up here. I mean, the dead ones all around this town. You'll find entire channels full of stories about children who died too early, but didn't leave. Some of the videos are clearly fake, with bad voiceover and stock photos, but a few of them feel real in a way you don't want them to. They show up in stories with black eyes, or with voices that don't match their mouths. Some are seen standing at the side of the road, asking for a ride. Others knock on the door at night and ask to be let in. And even though they look like kids, the people who open the door always end up missing. Or worse, they stay, but they're not the same after. There's this one story, it stuck with me. A daycare fire, supposedly back in the 70s. No one made it out. But years later, people claim to see soot-covered children wandering the alley behind the place where the building used to stand. They didn't ask for help. They just stared at the windows of passing cars until the driver looked away. The theory was that they didn't understand they died, so they kept showing up, looking for snack time or someone to pick them up. And yeah, a lot of the myths go like that. The kids always want something small, a sandwich, a place to stay, someone to talk to. Something simple that makes them seem harmless. But the longer the story goes, the more that feeling of harmless starts to peel back, and the people in the stories realize that they were never safe to begin with. You'll hear people online say it's because children are closer to the veil. They're new. So when something pulls them out of this world too early, it pulls hard. And whatever's left behind doesn't know how to let go. So they stay hungry, stay lost, and sometimes they wear the shape of the life they used to have. Like putting on a Halloween costume after the party's already over. It is easy to write them off as urban legends, easier than believing that they might be real. But after a while working here, those videos start to feel less like fiction and more like field notes. Someone else saw something similar, but they didn't know how to explain it. So they turned it into a story. That's how most truths survive. And us? Well, our job's simple. To respect what we hear and to follow the rules. There's usually always more to them than what the list says. Rule number 4. Keep the coffee stocked. The coffee here isn't for the customers. Not the regular ones, anyway. Monsters love the stuff. They drink it more than anyone I've ever seen. Doesn't matter what kind of creature walks through that door, odds are they will ask for coffee. Some pour it down fast. Others sip it slow, like they're reading something in the steam. Doesn't matter how they drink it. You just need to keep it flowing. That starts with the beans. We don't use the coffee from the usual distributor. The packets they send are too weak, too pale. It doesn't hold up in this place. Monsters drink more than people do, and they've got stronger taste. Burnt and bitter seems to settle them. You can't brew that from freeze-dried powder. My grandpa used to say coffee kept people stitched together, that even the worst kinds of mornings could be kept from falling apart if you had a pot brewing on the counter. He'd make it in a steel percolator with no cream, no sugar, and he'd drink the whole thing black before breakfast. Said it gave the dead a reason to stay quiet, and the living a reason to show up. At the time, I thought it was just an old man talking nonsense. Now I'm not so sure. We get ours from a place called Graziano's, a corner grocery one town over. Doesn't advertise, no signs on the road, no website either. You won't find it on a map. I've never been there myself. I've never met anyone who has, actually. But the beans show up when we need them, no matter what. There's a landline under the register. Big clunky thing with push buttons that stick. You use that to place the order. No cell phones, no online forms, just the landline. When you call, someone answers after the first ring. Always fast. Doesn't say hello, doesn't ask for a name. Just waits. You say the usual, then hang up. That's it. I don't know who it is on the other end. I don't think anyone does. There's a guy who runs Graziano's. I think his name starts with a D? Denver? Daniel? I don't know, something like that. It doesn't really matter. He's a bit of an asshat, but we need the beans. You'll find the beans in the freezer the next shift. Same burlap sack every time. Red twine around the top. Smells strong. Earthy, bitter. Almost like burnt chocolate. That's the scent the monsters recognize. Don't switch it out. Don't mix brands. The coffee machine itself is ancient, but it still works. Big metal frame, slow to heat up. You fill the basket, load the filter, press the button, and let it run. The pot's thick glass, chipped along the handle, but it holds up. You brew one batch after another. Keep it going. The regulars drink more than you'd expect. Some of them come in just for the coffee. You can tell because they never order food, but they sit and drink for hours. If the pot ever runs low, you top it off. If the machine stalls, you don't try to fix it. You unplug it. That's all. You don't open the panel, don't press extra buttons, don't bang on the side, you walk away. There's a backup percolator in the pantry, bottom shelf. Slow, but it works. You use that instead. When the main machine breaks down, you might hear something moving underneath it. Not loud, just a slow sort of motion, like someone shifting their weight in a tight space. Doesn't happen every time. Only when the machine's been running too long without a break. The goblin that lives under there likes to fix things, and the machine starts working again after a while, usually within the hour. So remember, keep the coffee stocked and you should be fine. Rule number 5. Give Joey a cup of joe. Speaking of coffee, there's a hallway behind the fryers that leads to the old manager's office and what used to be a storage room. Room 6. That's where Joey stays. He doesn't come out much, doesn't eat, doesn't talk, unless you're standing right in front of him. He sits in front of a wall of monitors and watches the feeds. Front lot, back lot, hallway, kitchen, freezer door, everything. Nothing happens without Joey seeing it first. He looks dead because he is. The skin on his face is the color of cold clay. His hands shake a little when he moves. The clothes he wears haven't changed since I started here. Same jeans, same zip-up hoodie, same scuffed boots. They never smell, stain, or wrinkle. He isn't rotting, just stuck. If you ask him why he's here, he'll give you a story. It's never the same one twice. Sometimes he says he was a butcher who fed something he shouldn't have. Other nights, he says he worked in a bank that only loaned money to the dead. Last week, he said he drove a city bus that ran its route through a graveyard and never stopped picking people up. The story is never the same, and sometimes I ask just to see which one he'll give next. But one thing's for sure. Joey is here because of a deal he made with the Grim Reaper. A deal for his soul. Now, most people imagine the Grim Reaper as a skeleton in a robe carrying a sieve, showing up when someone's time runs out. That picture isn't completely wrong, but it skips over what happens after. The Reaper doesn't always finish things. Sometimes he takes a person and keeps them somewhere in between, neither alive nor fully gone. He doesn't put them in hell or heaven, and he doesn't let them drift away. He puts them to work. That's what my grandfather used to say, and the longer I have been here, the more it sounds right. The Reaper assigns tasks instead of punishments. He gives out jobs that fit whatever went wrong in a life. Long jobs without an end date. It isn't torture in the way people think. It's just endless duty with no way to clock out. And if you're lucky, you keep a body that can still move. That's actually where the real idea of zombies comes from. They're not rotting, brainless things like the movies show. They're not hunters or monsters. They're people caught between two states. Still moving, but no longer healing. Still breathing, but not really alive. They don't decay and they don't get better. They just continue, like a sentence that's been left unfinished for years. Most of them lose their sense of who they were, and what's left is only the habit of moving. Joey hasn't lost all of it yet. He remembers enough to sit in room 6, keep an eye on the screens, and drink his coffee. Whatever the Reaper assigned him to do, he's still doing it. He doesn't sleep, and he doesn't look away from the cameras.
That's what keeps the rest of us safe when we're too busy to notice what's outside. So, we bring him coffee every shift. Black with cream. Hot enough that you'll burn your hand if the lid slips. Don't get creative. Don't add anything, okay? Just brew it and bring it straight back. He doesn't ask for much, but I try to visit once every shift. You don't have to stay long. Just drop the cup, say thanks, and leave. Whatever Joey was before this job, it led him to where he is now. And whatever he did, the Grim Reaper must have thought this was fair. That's what Joey says, that he was cursed to work odd jobs until the end of time. Security, inventory, night shift, janitorial. Says the Reaper wants him useful. I don't know what kind of life leads to a strange punishment like that. But I know this. Joey keeps watch. He sees what's out there before it sees us. He's the reason things don't walk through the back door unannounced. So you respect him. You bring him his coffee. You don't ask how long he's been here. And that's the 5th rule. Bring Joey his cup of joe every shift. And don't forget the cream. All right, and rule number 6. Clock out by doing the salt lines. At the end of your shift, there's something you'll do before locking up. You'll sweep a line of salt across each way out. Doesn't take long, and you'll do it every night whether you feel like it or not. The salt comes from a bag under the register. It's heavy, and the grains are coarse, not the kind you'll find in a kitchen. It doesn't pour like regular table salt, and it holds a bit of moisture no matter how long it sits sealed. When you hold it, you'll notice it clings to your fingers a little, just enough to remind you this isn't for flavor. There's a scoop in the bag. Keep the bag dry. That matters more than anything. You don't need to empty it out. Just take enough to lay a clean line. You'll start at the front door, run the salt edge to edge, right across the threshold. Doesn't need to be deep, but it does need to be unbroken. No gaps, no thin spots. Then, you'll do the drive-through window, pouring it along the inside sill. The last one's the back door near the freezer. Same process. We started doing this because of someone who waits across the street. Most nights, if you look past the lot, just beyond the edge of the curb, you'll see a man standing under the broken street lamp. Nobody's caught him showing up. He's already there by the time the place starts to shut down. Doesn't matter if you close early or late, he's already standing there when you check. The street light above him hasn't worked in years, but he's always easy to spot. Dirk, the guy who trained me, called him Mr. Widemouth. Said the name came from an old story online. The name stuck, even if this one doesn't move or talk like the thing from those early creepypasta threads. Maybe it's the same one. Maybe they just pass names around. His face looks normal at first, but then your eyes settle on it, and you'll understand the name. His mouth stretches too far. He started showing up every closing shift months ago, and an old manager got the idea that it was time to start laying salt lines around the property. Salt has been used in protection rites for centuries. Different cultures placed it at thresholds, mixed into the bricks, buried it under windows, or circled it around beds. Some said it purified. Some said it sealed. Some believed it reminded the dead that the boundary was still there. Whatever the reason, it stayed in practice long enough to become a habit in places that dealt with things like this. We picked it up after he started showing up more often. You won't be told what happens if you forget. Nobody shares those stories. So that's the final rule. Don't forget the salt. Alright, well, that's all the rules. There's more you'll figure out for yourself, probably. The mop closet has a leak.
The drive-through headset cuts out every third night. Don't use the microwave after 1 a.m. And don't ask why the security monitor in room 6 sometimes shows red doors we don't have. The job's not hard, exactly. Just take someone who knows how to pay attention. Someone who doesn't get too curious. Someone who's good at keeping their head down and their hands busy. You actually seem like that kind of person. Well, I got some things to finish in the back, but you're ready to take the register now. Coffee's already brewing, fryers are hot. If you get a quiet minute, check the red binder. Start learning the names. It'll help. Oh, yeah, don't forget the pretzels. The goblins are already under the sink. You won't hear them, but they're waiting. Sign's still flipped open, so don't let the time get away from you. 3 minutes goes faster than you think. And remember, when the shift ends, don't forget the salt. I'll be out back if you need anything. And, yeah, good luck.
My name is Jesse, and I work as a camp counselor in southeastern Ohio. Camp Blackridge sits about 25 minutes outside a town called Rivermill, just off State Route 550. If you drive too fast, you'll miss the turn. There's a wooden sign nailed to 2 thick posts that says Blackridge in faded green paint, and behind it runs a gravel road that looks more like a logging trail than an entrance. Once you're on it, call service drops to 1 bar if you're lucky. I took the job the first summer because I needed money and I didn't want to move back in with my parents. I just finished college. Everyone I knew was either moving into apartments they couldn't afford or taking entry-level jobs where they wore button-down shirts and tried to sound confident in meetings. I wasn't ready for that yet. I didn't want to start worrying about 401ks or dental plans or whether my boss secretly hated me. Camp felt like a pause button. The pay wasn't great. You got a bunk in a staff cabin, 3 meals a day, and a small stipend at the end of the summer. But you also got to wake up with the sun and fall asleep exhausted in a way that felt earned. You spent your days outside instead of staring at a screen, and you spent most of your time around kids who still thought the world was interesting. That part mattered more than I expected. Kids are not jaded yet. They don't wake up already tired of the week. They don't scroll through news feeds looking for something to be angry about like the rest of us do. They don't sit around arguing about mortgages or layoffs or whether they're behind in life. They care about real, immediate things. Whether they can climb the ropes course without freezing halfway up. Whether their cabin wins capture the flag. Whether the frog they found by the dock is a bullfrog or just a big toad. You tell a 10-year-old, you can do hard things. And they believe you. They try again, they fall, scrape a knee, wipe their face, and try again anyway. They don't spend 20 minutes overthinking it. I run the outdoor skills rotation. Knots, basic map reading, fire safety, simple shelter building. The first time a kid tied a clean bowline and realized it wouldn't slip no matter how hard you pulled, their whole face changed. It was like you'd handed them something secret, something useful, something that belonged to them. And that's why I keep coming back. Camp Blackridge sits in a wide clearing carved into the forest. Southeastern Ohio isn't flat, it rolls. Hills fold into each other like waves made of trees. The forest here is mostly oak and maple, with some sycamore near the water and thick patches of ferns closer to the low ground. In July, the air smells like pine sap, damp earth, and sunscreen. There are 8 cabins total, 4 for boys, 4 for girls, lined up in a loose horseshoe. They're simple wooden structures raised slightly off the ground on concrete blocks. Each one has 2 rows of bunks, narrow windows on either side, and a metal roof that pops when it cools at night. In the center of the clearing sits the mess hall. It's the largest building on camp property, built like a barn with green metal roofing and a wide porch that wraps halfway around. Inside are long wooden tables bolted to the floor. By day 3 of every session, the floor is permanently sticky from spilled juice. Behind the mess hall is the lodge, a heavier, older building made of dark stone and thick timber beams. That's where staff meetings happen. That's where the fireplace is. That's where Halverson hands out the rules. Off to the east, a dirt path slopes gently downward toward Wolf Creek. The creek widens near camp into something that feels more like a small lake than a creek. The water is brown-green, shallow near the shore, but darker toward the center. There's a wooden dock that stretches out about 20 feet, with old canoe racks nearby and a stack of bright orange life vests hanging on hooks. West of the cabins are the sports fields. Field 1 and 2 are close to camp and well cleared. Field 3 is farther out, near the tree line. At the edge of Field 3 stands a broken birch tree, snapped in half by a storm years ago. The trunk leans sideways at an angle, like it tried to fall and changed its mind halfway down. Past that tree, the woods get thicker. North of camp, through a narrow trail and past a stretch of tall grass, stands an old chain-link fence surrounding what used to be a quarry. The fence is rusted and sagging in places, but it's still intact. We call it the quarry fence. The gravel parking lot sits near the entrance road. It holds staff cars and the occasional parent vehicle on drop-off day. Once the parents leave, the lot feels empty. Most summers, Camp Black Ridge feels like the safest place in Ohio. This summer didn't. Now, orientation happened in the lodge on the first full day after the campers arrived. The lodge was the oldest structure on the property. Thick timber beams ran across the ceiling, darkened by years of humidity and smoke. The stone fireplace along the far wall hadn't been lit in years, but it still smelled faintly of ash if you stood close enough. Above it hung a framed newspaper clipping from 1998 about Camp Black Ridge winning some regional youth award. The glass was cracked in one corner. Nobody replaced it. Nobody removed it either. The staff sat on wooden benches facing Halverson, and he didn't waste time. He stood in front of the fireplace with a stack of laminated sheets and handed them out one by one. The plastic was worn and cloudy around the edges from years of being reused. "Read them," he said. "Memorize them. You enforce them. You do not improvise." There were 7 rules printed in bold. Some were normal and some weren't. Halverson read them out loud. After he finished, he didn't explain them the way you'd expect. He didn't tell stories or give background. He just clarified exactly how they were meant to be followed. Later, once we were dismissed, I read them again on my own. Rule 1. Missing kid, count shoes first. At first glance, it sounded like a strange way to do a head count. But the logic was simple. If a kid wandered out on their own, they'd usually grab their shoes. If their shoes were still neatly under the bunk, something else was wrong. Rule 1 wasn't about panic. It was about stopping panic. You didn't scatter into the woods shouting names. You didn't send half the staff running blind. You checked the bunk. You confirmed the shoes, and you followed procedure. It forced discipline before fear could take over. Rule 2. Field 3 ends at the broken birch. Now every camp has boundaries, and ours had a tree. Field 3 was farther out than the others, pressed tight against the forest. The broken birch leaned at an angle at the edge of the grass, like it'd been frozen mid-fall, and that tree marked the line. No games past it. No equipment retrieval past it. No, just a few steps into the woods. It didn't matter if it was a ball or a water bottle. If it crossed the birch, it stayed. We replaced gear. We didn't cross the line. Rule 3. If the woods call your name, do not answer. This one was the hardest for new staff to take seriously. It sounded like something you'd tell kids around a campfire to scare them. But the instruction was specific: do not answer. It didn't say you'd hear a growl. It didn't say you'd hear something monstrous. It said it might sound like someone you trusted. You didn't shout back. You didn't step into the tree line to check. You walked toward light. You radioed it. You stayed where other people could see you. Simple. Rule 4. The lake has vampires. We call them lake vampires. Now this one gets laughs every year. It wasn't written like folklore, it was written like a water policy. At dusk, campers were out of the water. No sitting at the dock, no dangling feet, no leaning over the edge to rinse hands. If you saw ripples moving against the wind near the shoreline, you cleared the area. If you saw something pale beneath the surface, you backed away slowly. You didn't shine flashlights into the water. You didn't throw rocks. You didn't test it. You respected the boundary. The rule didn't describe them as magical. It didn't even describe them much at all, actually. It treated them kind of like wildlife. Dangerous, territorial wildlife. Rule 5. If you hear tapping at a cabin window after lights out, you turn every light on. Cabins settle at night. Branches scrape siding. Animals wander. But this rule wasn't about guessing what it was. You didn't open the window. You didn't step outside alone to check it out. You turned on every overhead light. You woke the second counselor. You accounted for every camper immediately. You created visibility. Whatever tapped didn't like light. Rule 6. Nobody goes near the quarry fence after dark. The quarry sat north of camp, fenced off with old chain link that had rusted but not fallen. There was no program activity up there. No reason for campers to approach it. If you saw someone standing near that fence after sunset, the rule was clear. It wasn't staff. You locked the lodge. You called Halverson. You did not approach. The rule didn't speculate on what might be there. It just drew a line. And Rule 7. 3 whistle blasts mean freeze, count, regroup. This one was straightforward. 3 blasts overrode everything. No chasing or splitting up. No hero runs into the woods. Everyone returned to the lit area and stayed there until accounted for. It was a reset button. In chaos, you didn't add motion. You removed it. After orientation ended, the rules were never discussed in detail again. They weren't posted on cabin walls. They weren't explained to campers beyond what was necessary. They just existed. Printed, laminated, passed down. Like they'd been there longer than any of us. Most summers they felt a little excessive, like overbuilt safety measures for a place that was already safe. That summer, they felt needed. The first real test of the rules happened on the 3rd day of the session. It was late afternoon, the sun sitting low enough to cast long shadows across the grass. Field 3 always felt different from the other 2 fields. Field 1 and Field 2 were close enough to the cabins that you could still hear the mess hall door slam or a counselor yelling for sunscreen. Field 3 sat farther out, pressed tight against the forest. The broken birch marked the edge. From a distance, it just looked like a dead tree. Up close, you could see where the trunk had split years ago, the wood bleached pale by sun and rain. Kids used it as a base during games. Staff used it as a line. That afternoon, we were running Capture the Flag. 40 kids split into 2 teams, red bandanas versus blue. The air was thick and humid, sweat darkened the backs of shirts. Grass clung to shoes. The kind of energy that builds when kids have been sitting through morning rotations and finally get to run. I was stationed near the broken birch with Megan. It was mostly precautionary. We didn't expect trouble. We just enforced the boundary. "Stay in bounds," Megan called as 2 boys veered too close to the trees. They corrected course without complaint. And for a while it was normal.
Shouting, laughter. Somebody tripped and rolled dramatically. A kid insisted he hadn't been tagged when everybody clearly saw it. And then the ball went wide. One of the older boys tried to make a long throw. It slipped from his hand and sailed past the edge of the field. It bounced once in the tall grass and rolled straight toward the broken birch. Half the field groaned at once. "Leave it! Out of bounds!" But Evan Porter was already moving. Evan was 10, quick and skinny, competitive in the way only a 10-year-old could be. He sprinted across the grass before I could even shout his name. He ducked past the broken birch and into the trees without slowing down. And I moved without thinking. "Evan," I called. I crossed the line. And the difference was immediate. Sound dulled behind me. The shouting from the field softened, like someone had closed a door. The ground shifted from dry grass to softer earth, layered with leaves and pine needles. The air felt cooler under the canopy. "Got it," Evan said ahead of me. He bent to grab the ball. "Leave it," I said. "We don't need it." He hesitated, then straightened up. And that was when I noticed the second ball. It sat a few yards deeper into the trees, half hidden in brush. Faded red, mud-caked, deflated along one seam. It wasn't ours. Evan noticed it too. "Was that from last year?" he asked. I didn't answer. My eyes kept moving. A strip of fabric hung from a thorn branch nearby, blue cotton and torn at the edge. I stepped closer. It was a camp shirt. The Black Ridge logo barely visible under dirt and weathering. It was old, not from this week. "Jesse?" Evan said quietly. The woods felt wrong. Quiet. No birds or insects. No wind pushing through leaves. And then something shifted to our left. A quick, low movement between two oak trees. I turned slowly. And about 20 yards out, something stood partially obscured by brush. It was low to the ground, long-backed. Its shape didn't rise like a deer. It didn't move with the bounce of a dog. It slid forward a few feet, then stopped. Evan took a small step toward it. "Stay behind me," I said. The shape held still. I couldn't make out clear features, no visible eyes, no obvious fur pattern, just form. And then I heard it. 3 sharp whistle blasts from the direction of camp. Rule 7. Freeze, count, regroup. The sound cut clean through the trees. "Okay," I said, "we're done." I grabbed Evan's shoulder and stepped backward toward the field, keeping my eyes on the spot where the shape stood. It didn't rush us or crash through brush. It simply wasn't there anymore. We crossed quickly back over the broken birch, and sound rushed back in all at once. Kids yelling, Megan blowing her whistle again, someone laughing, unaware. Rick was already moving toward us from across the clearing. He didn't look at Evan first. He looked at me. "You crossed," he said. "Yeah. What did you see?" I don't know. I saw something low, move sideways, fast," I said. Rick nodded once like that confirmed something. Halverson walked over a moment later. "Explain," he said. I told him about the ball, the second ball, the shirt, the movement. He didn't interrupt. When I finished, he looked at the broken birch for a long moment. "That is why it's there," he said quietly. Evan stood between us, clutching the ball like it was evidence. "What was that?" he asked. Halverson crouched down so he was level with him. "It wasn't part of the game," he said. "And you don't chase things that aren't part of the game." He stood back up. "Field's closed," he said. The kids groaned, but nobody argued. We redirected them toward Field 1 and ended the game early. On the way back to camp, the energy felt different. Whispers spread fast. "Was it a bear? Did you see eyes? Is that why we can't go past the tree?" I kept my answers short. "Boundaries exist for a reason," I told them. That night at dinner, I noticed Rick scanning the tree line more often than usual. After sunset, I did another walk down to Field 3 alone. I stayed on the grass. The broken birch leaned exactly where it always had, and nothing moved beyond it. But near the base of the tree, half hidden in weeds, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A sneaker. It was caked with dirt and stiff from weather, positioned just past the line. It looked old. The lake looked harmless during the day. Wolf Creek widened near camp into a stretch of water that felt almost lazy. Brown-green surface, dragonflies skimming low. Canoes tied neatly to the dock. Kids lined up in bright orange life vests, waiting for swim checks. If you stood on the dock at noon, you could see the sandy bottom near the edge. You could hear minnows darting in the shallows. You could hear nothing but splashing and laughter. And that was why Rule 4 sounded ridiculous on paper. Lake vampires. We called them that because the rule did, not because anyone had officially confirmed what they were. The third evening after the Field 3 incident, the air cooled earlier than usual. Clouds rolled in from the west and flattened the sunset into a dull orange smear behind the trees. We were finishing open swim. 5 minutes, I called from the dock. Kids groaned, but started paddling toward shore. Megan stood at the edge of the roped swim boundary, counting heads. Rick was near the canoe racks, checking a loose strap. The water looked calm. And then Tyler, the same counselor who had laughed at the rule during orientation, noticed something near the far side of the dock. Did you see that?" he asked. "See what?" I asked. "Ripples," he said. There's no wind." And he wasn't wrong. The trees were still. The water near the shoreline was smooth. But about 10 feet out from the dock, a small patch of surface began to shift. Not in a circle like a fish, not in a line like a drifting branch. It moved against the faint current. I stepped closer to the edge of the dock. "Everybody out," I said, keeping my voice low. "Now." The kids hesitated. "Out," Megan repeated, sharper this time. They climbed onto the dock and onto shore in a cluster, dripping and confused. The ripples grew, and something pale appeared just beneath the surface. At first, I thought it was a reflection, maybe a patch of sky breaking through the clouds. But it held shape. A face, not floating or drifting, just below the waterline. Eyes open. The skin looked white, not like a person's skin underwater, but like something that had never seen the sun. It didn't blink or move its mouth. It just stared upward through the surface. "Back up," I said quietly. The kids behind me started whispering. "Is that a mask? Is someone under there?" And then another pale shape surfaced a few feet away. And another. 3 faces now, just under the water. Tyler stepped forward with a flashlight clipped to his belt. "Hold on, it's probably just—" "Don't," I interrupted. But he was already raising the light. He clicked on it and aimed it directly at the water. The beam cut through the surface and struck the nearest face. For half a second, nothing happened. And then the water exploded. The face shot upward, breaking the surface in a violent surge. A mouth opened wide enough to show rows of teeth that were too narrow and too many. Hands, long-fingered, pale, almost gray, latched onto the edge of the dock. The thing moved fast. Faster than any person could have moved. The dock rattled under impact. Kids screamed. "Back," I said. I grabbed the nearest camper, a small boy who had frozen in place, and I yanked him away from the edge. Megan blew her whistle once, sharp and hard. Rick grabbed Tyler by the back of his shirt and dragged him backward as the creature lunged again, its hands scraping against the wood. The flashlight beam wobbled wildly and then fell into the water. For a moment, the pale figure was fully visible above the surface, and then it vanished straight down, taking the ripples with it. The water stilled almost immediately. The other pale faces disappeared beneath the surface in the same smooth motion. Silence fell over the dock. The only sound was heavy breathing. "Everyone inside," Halverson said from behind us. I hadn't even seen him approach. He didn't shout or run, he simply directed. We herded the campers toward the lodge in a tight group. Nobody splashed and nobody looked back. Inside the lodge, Halverson locked the doors. "How many?" he asked Megan. "All accounted for," she said. He nodded once. "The dock is closed until further notice." Tyler was pale. I just shined a light," he muttered. Rick looked at him flatly. "Rules said don't." Nobody argued. That night, lights out came early. Cabins were sealed tight, and I was assigned to Cedar Ridge again. The boys were shaken but buzzing with nervous energy. "Was that the vampires?" one asked. "Yeah," I said. "No more pretending." Around 10:30, the cabin finally quieted. I was halfway asleep when I heard it. There was a tap against the far window. The boys stirred. 3 in a row. Rule 5. I swung my legs off the bunk and I flipped every overhead light on. "Everybody sit up, now," I said. The cabin flooded with yellow light, and the tapping stopped immediately. I walked toward the window but kept distance. The glass reflected the inside of the cabin brightly enough that I couldn't see much beyond it. And then something moved. A shadow passed across the reflection. Not fast, slow, at eye level. I didn't open the window or step outside. I picked up my radio. "Cedar Ridge to Halverson, tapping."
Copy.
He replied instantly.
Lights stay on.
The boys watched me. One of them whispered, "I think it wants us to open it." Outside, something scraped lightly against the siding, and then it moved away. Rick and Halverson did a full perimeter sweep. They found wet marks along the base of the cabin wall. Not puddles or drips. Handprints. Long-fingered, pale against the wood. They didn't announce it to the campers, but I saw them. By morning, the marks had dried into faint stains. The lake looked calm again at sunrise. The dock was empty. The water surface was smooth and undisturbed. If you hadn't seen it the night before, you would have assumed nothing had happened. The morning after the lake incident felt strangely normal. The sun rose over the trees the same way it always did, burning off the thin layer of mist that hovered just above the water. The dock sat quiet and empty. The lake surface was flat and undisturbed, as if nothing had climbed out of it the night before. Breakfast smelled like scrambled eggs and burnt toast. Kids argued over who got the last carton of chocolate milk. If you'd driven in that morning, you would have thought Camp Black Ridge was exactly what it advertised. Archery targets, canoe racks, counselors with clipboards, 40 kids in matching camp shirts. Halverson didn't mention the lake at morning assembly. He just announced that swimming was suspended for maintenance. The campers groaned, but accepted it. Kids adapt faster than adults. By mid-morning, they were complaining about dodgeball instead. But the staff moved differently. Nobody walked alone unless they had to. Radio stayed clipped on and turned up. When someone laughed too loudly near the tree line, heads turned automatically. It was just before lunch when Megan noticed it. She didn't shout or panic. She simply walked toward me with a look on her face that said something was off. "Have you seen Evan?" she asked quietly. I thought she meant on the field. "Not since breakfast," I said. She nodded once. "I'm short one in Cedar Ridge." That was all she said. We didn't scatter or call his name. We followed the rule. Rule 1. We went to the cabin. The boys were lined up outside for a transition to the mess hall, 11 of them. They looked annoyed at being delayed. "Evan's probably in the bathroom," one said. "Or he's messing around," another added. I stepped inside the cabin. The bunks were unmade, in the way only kids can manage. Blankets half hanging, pillows shoved sideways. The morning light filtered through the narrow windows. Evan's bunk was near the back wall. His sleeping bag was still there. His flashlight sat on the small wooden shelf above the bed. I crouched and looked underneath. His sneakers were lined up neatly, side by side. They were dry, laces tied loosely, like he'd taken them off the night before without thinking, and he hadn't put them back on. Megan saw him too. She didn't say anything. We stepped back outside. Halverson was already approaching from the lodge. "He's not in the cabin," Megan said. Halverson looked at me. "Shoes?" "Still there," I replied. He inhaled once through his nose. "Cabin's locked," he began. "Everyone inside, head counts." There was no yelling or chaos. The campers were told there would be a drill. They filed back into cabins with more curiosity than fear. The woods beyond the clearing were still. Rick joined us near the edge of the field. "Lakeside?" he asked. Halverson shook his head slightly. "Start perimeter sweep. Powers only. Stay in sight of clearing." We moved methodically. Nobody crossed the broken birch. No one approached the quarry fence. We checked the mess hall, the bathrooms, the equipment shed. We called Evan's name only once, quietly, near the lodge. There was no answer. Near the path leading down toward Wolf Creek, I noticed something in the grass. The dew hadn't fully burned off yet. It clung to the tips of the blades, bending them slightly under its weight. A trail cut through it. Just a slight disturbance, like someone had walked barefoot along the edge. I followed it with my eyes, and it led downhill toward the lake. I didn't call out. I simply met Megan's eyes and nodded toward the path. When we got there, the dock was empty. The water lay still, reflecting the pale morning sky. The trail ended near the shoreline. The mud at the edge was disturbed, darker than the rest, as if something had stood there for a long time. There were no splashes or drag marks, just the impression of bare feet, standing, facing the water. Halverson joined us a moment later. He studied the mud without stepping closer. "He walked," he said. I shook my head. "Shoes are still at the cabin." Halverson didn't respond right away. We stood there listening. The lake made almost no sound. A single dragonfly skimmed low across the surface and disappeared. "You think they take them during the day?" Megan asked quietly. Halverson's jaw tightened. "They don't take them," he began. "No child has been lost under my watch, you understand? And if they do take them, it's not the way you're thinking." I didn't like that answer. We widened the search, still in pairs, still within sight of the clearing. An hour passed, then another. Camp remained locked down. The kids were restless, but unaware of how serious it was. Near early afternoon, Rick radioed in from the north side.
"Fence,"
he said.
You need to see this."
The Corey fence stood at the edge of a clearing that felt older than the rest of camp. The grass grew thinner there. The ground felt packed and uneven. Rick was standing a few yards back from the chain link. On the other side of the fence, just beyond the sagging metal, someone was standing. At first glance, I thought it was one of the older campers. Small frame, short hair, facing us. But something about the posture felt wrong. It was too still. The head tilted slightly to one side, as if the neck didn't quite hold it correctly. "Evan?" Megan called. The figure didn't respond. I felt the urge to step forward, to get closer, to confirm. And then I heard it. "Jesse?" The voice came from somewhere behind us. It was soft and calm, and I turned instinctively, but no one was there. "Jesse." This time it sounded closer, familiar. Rule 3. Do not answer. I forced myself to keep my eyes on the figure by the fence. "Evan," Halverson said again, louder this time. The shape shifted slightly. Not a step, just a subtle adjustment, like a body settling. I noticed something else then. Feet. Bare, standing on the dirt beyond the fence. The skin looked pale against the darker soil, and too clean, as if it hadn't walked through grass or mud at all. 3 whistle blasts cut through the air just then. Rick had already lifted his whistle to his mouth. Rule 7. Freeze, count, regroup. The sound snapped something inside me back into place, and we stepped backward together without turning our backs. The figure beyond the fence didn't chase. It didn't move at all. It simply stood there as we retreated toward the clearing. By the time we reached the edge of Field 2, the fence was partially obscured by trees again. And when we looked back, the figure was gone. Back in the clearing, Halverson gathered the staff. "Full lockdown," he said quietly. "No one near water. No one near fence. No one goes near Field 3. "What about Evan?" Tyler asked. Halverson looked toward the lake and then said, "He's still here." By late afternoon, the sky had turned the color of dull metal. Cloud cover rolled in from the west, flattening the light and pressing it low over the tree line. The clearing felt smaller than it had that morning. The campers stayed inside their cabins, with books and card games, restless but obedient. Nobody said the word missing out loud around them. We didn't need to. Halverson had us rotating watch in pairs. No one watched the lake alone. No one near the fence. Nobody near Field 3. It was Megan who saw him first. "He's down there," she said quietly. We were standing near the lodge porch when she pointed toward the path that led to Wolf Creek. A small figure stood at the edge of the water, barefoot and still. From a distance, Evan looked calm. Too calm. His arms hung loosely at his sides. His shoulders were relaxed. He wasn't pacing or crying or scanning for help. He was just standing there, facing the lake. The shoreline was only a few inches below the dock level, muddy from years of foot traffic and canoe launches. The water itself lay flat, reflecting the gray sky like polished stone. There was no ripples or visible movement. We walked down the path together, slow and deliberate. No running or shouting. The last thing any of us wanted was to startle him. The air near the water felt colder than it had earlier in the day. Evan didn't turn as we approached. He didn't react at all. When we were about 15 feet behind him, I could see the way his toes were pressed into the mud, as if he'd been standing there for a long time. The mud around his feet was darker, disturbed. The waterline in front of him was smooth. "Evan?" Megan said. He didn't respond. Halverson shook his head. "Don't spook him," he said. If Evan startled and tripped, even half a step, He'd lose his footing in the mud and go straight into the water. And if he broke the surface on his own, there wouldn't be time to pull him back. Just beneath the surface, a pale shape hovered. Then another. 3 faces, faint and distorted by the thin layer of water, looking up at the boy standing on the shore.
"Jesse,"
Halverson said quietly.
"Slow."
I stepped forward 1 careful pace at a time. The mud shifted under my shoes. I kept my breathing even, slow enough that it wouldn't draw attention. The water remained flat. The faces beneath it didn't blink. When I was close enough to reach him, I said, "Evan, we're heading back to the cabins." No reaction. His eyes stayed fixed on the leg. I moved closer, and I slipped my arms under his shoulders from behind, and I pulled gently. He resisted at first, not by struggling, but by leaning forward, as if his weight had shifted toward the water. And then the surface broke. One of the pale figures rose just enough that I saw its face clearly. "Back," Halverson said. And I leaned my weight backward and pulled harder. Evan stumbled slightly, his heels dragging lines through the mud. The pale face rose another inch above the water, hands pressing against the edge of the waterline. Long fingers curled into the mud, nails digging in. Megan stepped to the side, not touching Evan, just standing close enough to widen the space between him and the leg. The creature shifted forward. It moved with unsettling smoothness, like something that had practiced leaving water. I felt Evan's weight tilt again, and I tightened my grip.
3,
Halverson said quietly. Rick blew the whistle. The sharp triple blast cut through the clearing, and the sound did something. The pale figure paused. Staff members emerged from the path behind us, forming a loose line without being told. And I pulled Evan back another step, then another. His resistance lessened slightly, like tension draining from him. The first creature's fingers slipped from the mud and returned to the water. Its face sank slowly beneath the surface. The others followed, and the lake flattened. The reflection of the gray sky returned. Evan sagged in my arms. His knees buckled, and I caught him just before he hit the ground. For a moment, he just blinked up at us. "Why'd we stop?" he asked. "You were near the lake, honey," Megan said gently. He looked over his shoulder, and the water showed nothing. He looked down at his feet. "I don't remember walking," he said. I didn't answer. We guided him back up the path, steady and quiet. The mud on his feet left faint prints along the trail. Halverson placed a hand briefly on my shoulder. He looked over at me and said, "Good work." The lake remained still for the rest of the evening. At sunset, nobody went near it. That night, there was no tapping at the windows, no voices from the tree line. The woods were quiet, and Evan slept through the night. Camp Black Ridge closed 3 days after we pulled Evan from the lake. The official reason was unsafe wildlife activity in the surrounding forest. Parents were notified, refunds were issued. The dock was dismantled before the last bus even pulled away. Nobody mentioned the things under the water. Evan went home with his parents. He didn't remember walking to the lake. He didn't remember standing there. He didn't remember the lake vampires. He remembered going to sleep. That was it. Halverson didn't hold the dramatic meeting. He didn't give a speech about bravery or danger. He just gathered the staff in the lodge one last time and reminded us of the rules. Nobody argued. Field 3 was shortened the following season. A rope line was installed 10 feet before the broken birch. Swimming hours were cut back. The dock railing was raised higher, and motion lights were added to the cabin exteriors. The rules stayed exactly the same. Count shoes, don't cross the birch line, don't answer your name, clear the lake at dusk, turn the lights on if there's tapping, stay away from the quarry fence, 3 whistle blast, mean regroup. Most summers, nothing happens. Most summers, the lake looks calm and the woods stay quiet. That's the part people don't understand. The rules don't exist because something happens every night. They exist because something only needs to happen once. I still work here. I still teach kids how to tie knots and build fires and read maps. I still tell them they can do hard things. But every evening at dusk, I walk down to the shoreline and stare at the water. I watch the surface. Sometimes it's perfectly still. Sometimes it shifts in slow, deliberate patterns that don't match the wind. And sometimes, just beneath the surface, I can see something watching me.
Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching.
My name is Spencer Aldridge, and I used to be a medical student. Cardiology, if you can believe that. All that time memorizing the conduction system of the heart, and I still managed to flunk out of the ethical part. It's funny, people always assume obsession means bloodshot eyes and note cards taped to the ceiling. But for me, it started quietly, in a back room at the University Museum, holding a preserved fetus with 2 faces. They called it a Janus baby. 2 skulls, 1 spine, perfectly symmetrical. I stared at it for a long time. Longer than you're supposed to, probably. Most people walk past things like that, with a little shiver and a lot of pretending they aren't curious. I wasn't pretending. I was curious. I wanted to know why it happened. I wanted to know what it meant. Anyway, this is my story. And as my assistant, you're kind of obligated to listen. That's how this works. I talk, you take notes, and try not to look too horrified. I doubt you're not curious. After all, you applied to work for me straight out of college instead of getting a nice clean job at a hospital like a responsible adult. And that tells me everything I need to know. Now, where was I? Right. I started requesting more time in the anatomy labs. Stayed late in the morgue. I wasn't sneaking around, not yet. It was just curiosity at first. Clinical, even. But then I found the tooth tumor. The medical term is hard to pronounce, so I'll spare you my butchered pronunciations. But if you'd seen it, really seen it, you'd understand. It was smiling without a mouth. I held it in my hand and thought, this shouldn't exist. And yet it did. So how many other things were out there that shouldn't exist but did? That's when I stopped caring about normal bodies. I didn't want to study how things worked. I wanted to study how they went wrong. Not accidents, not random mutations, but the places where the body rebelled against the blueprint. Things that broke the rules in elegant, impossible ways. I started collecting case studies, files, photos, preserved samples when I could get them. Tumors, fused twins, bone growths shaped with antlers. I filed them under type anomalies. That's what I called them then. I had this idea, half-formed even to me, that maybe these weren't just defects. Maybe they were echoes, genetic throwbacks, things we weren't supposed to be anymore. I wrote papers, I gave a talk. Not to the whole department, just a few postgrads, a couple professors I trusted. They laughed. Not all of them, Some just looked uncomfortable. They used words like dangerous and irresponsible, but I could see it in their eyes. They didn't not believe me. They just didn't want to admit it. After all, we all know the stories, don't we? The old ones. Greek myth, folk tales, the strange bedtime warnings our grandparents muttered when they thought we weren't listening. Half-formed creatures, beasts with the faces of men, men with the teeth of beasts, werewolves, mermaids, things that blur the line, things that don't belong in any anatomy textbook, but somehow show up in every culture. Why do you think that is? People say they're just stories, but they were stories before we had microscopes, before we had genetics, back when the only explanation for a child born with scales or hooves was that something got to them in the womb. A god, a curse, a monster. We've cleaned it up with terminology and white coats, but the fear is still there, buried under our lab reports and insurance codes. That's when the real work started. I stopped using names in my files, started coding the subjects. I knew I was crossing a line, but once you've seen what I've seen, you can't go back to pretending. I started meeting with patients off campus, people with rare deformities, the kind of cases that don't make it into textbooks because no one wants to admit they exist. I'd take samples, blood, hair, tissue, just small things, nothing invasive. Then came subject 9. A boy, 11 years old, webbed fingers, underdeveloped jaw, thickened skull with dermal plating that looked almost scaled. The scan showed something else too, extra vertebrae, coiled tight at the base of the spine, like a tail that never finished growing. I ran tests. I repeated them. I lied to his parents, said it was part of a scholarship study. They believed me. That paper never got published. The faculty burned it. Literally burned it. Said I was risking lawsuits, criminal charges, academic disaster. The dean called it medical malpractice. I called it research. They told me to pack my things and not come back. I didn't argue. I just left. Quietly. Before anyone else could come knocking. That was 3 years ago. Then came an opportunity I didn't see coming. Working at this zoo. Most people think zoos are for animals, and most of the time they're right. Lions, penguins, giraffes, things you can point to in a book. Things with Latin names and well-documented diets. Things that poop on schedule and die in predictable ways. Bracken Hollow is not that kind of zoo. Technically, it's called the Bracken Hollow Zoological Institute. That's what it says on the sign nailed to the front gate, right underneath a row of buzzed-out security cameras. If you try to look it up, you'll hit a dead end. No phone number, no photos. The land's listed under a conservation trust that doesn't technically exist. It's buried up in northern Pennsylvania, in a valley you won't find unless you already know where to look. The road is long and cracked, and nobody comes out here unless they're supposed to. The main building used to be a hospital. You can still see the bones of it. Tile floors, old whitewashed walls, steel doors with peeling paint. There are rooms that still smell like disinfectant, especially when it rains. I've converted most of the old surgical wings into specimen rooms. One wing for soft tissue samples, another for bone fragments, another for living things. The cages line the floor of what used to be a quarry behind the building. We've reinforced them with a mix of steel, concrete, and, well, whatever works. Some of the things here don't follow normal rules, so the cages can't either. I wasn't hired to be a zookeeper. Officially, I'm listed as a caretaker and field specialist. That's a fancy way of saying I feed things, I clean things, and I try to keep them from dying, or escaping, or killing each other. There was a manual when I got here, but it was handwritten and water damaged, and ended abruptly on page 17 with the words, "If it speaks, do not reply." I kept it in a drawer, mostly for morale. The zoo didn't start with me. Somebody else ran it before. Some kind of old naturalist, I think. There's no full record, just bits and pieces, scribbled notes, inked diagrams, a few jars with faded labels. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he retired. Maybe he got eaten. Either way, I'm here now, and the creatures still need tending. And I'm not alone. My only companion is a dog I've named Bailey. She's a mutt, mostly shepherd with a little bit of whatever else makes a dog sturdy and opinionated. She showed up a few days after I did, skinny, wet, and acting like the place already belonged to her. I didn't argue. She's been with me ever since. Sleeps at the foot of my cot, follows me on rounds, sits outside the enclosures, and stares like she's trying to figure out what everything used to be. Bailey doesn't talk, obviously, but she communicates in her own way. When I skip meals, she gets loud about it. When I forget to sleep, she curls up on my notes and won't move until I do. She sighs when I smoke too much and growls at the back door every time I leave it unlocked. She has saved my life more than once, though not in any dramatic, heroic way. Mostly by making sure I don't do anything too stupid without someone noticing. I talk to her more than I should. Not just commands, real conversation. She listens like she understands about half, which is probably more than I can say for most people. I like having her around. The work gets heavy sometimes, you know how it is. The specimens don't make good company. Some of them are barely sentient. Some are too sentient. Either way, Bailey keeps me from forgetting how to act like a person. So that's where we are. A long way from anywhere, surrounded by creatures that shouldn't exist, in a building that probably shouldn't be standing. I've made it work for now. And you, my assistant, my brilliant, precious assistant, you're going to help me with my work. Congratulations, by the way. Not many people get this far. Means you passed the screening process. Or you botched the screening process somehow and got in by accident. Either way, you're here now. And that means you're mine. There's a lot to learn. Files to review, feeding schedules, specimen histories, containment protocols that may or may not be based on trial and error. You'll get the hang of it, probably. But before we get to all that, I need to catch you up. You can't take care of something if you don't understand what it is, and nothing here makes sense until you hear the stories. So I'm going to tell them to you. All of them. I suggest you make some coffee. Get comfortable. You're going to be here for a while. Story 1. Specimen number 14. The Harpy. My first day here didn't feel like a first day. There was no welcome speech, no paperwork, no orientation video with cheerful music explaining where the emergency exits were. I got out of my car, and someone in a green jacket handed me a clipboard and walked away. That was it. I was the new caretaker of the impossible. I didn't have a room yet, just a cot shoved into a storage wing with an extension cord running to a flickering lamp. I didn't care. I was too busy trying to understand where I was and what this place actually was. The cages down in the quarry were spaced like animal pens, but too deep and too narrow to be standard. The bars had hand-welded cross stations, and some were reinforced with what looked like scrap metal, fishing hooks, and strangely pieces of religious symbols. Not one cage was labeled. There was no index, no master list. I thought maybe I'd start slow, find the food stores, map the place out, settle in. Then the truck came. It was backed up to the main loading dock. No logos, no lights, just the deep hum of something that had been driving a long time. 2 men climbed out. They weren't talkers. They opened the truck bed, lifted something out, and carried it through the rear doors like it was furniture. I followed. I didn't have clearance, but nobody stopped me. Maybe they assumed I already knew what I was doing. I didn't. The something they unloaded was tangled in a net. A real net. Nylon cord with a drawstring, the kind you'd see slung from a helicopter in a nature documentary. It was wet and heavy, and dripping a red-brown mix of blood and dirt across the tiles. Feathers came off in clumps. Black ones. Long and sharp. They looked like they should have belonged to a hawk or a crow, but bigger. Too big. At first I thought it was a bird, but then I saw the fingers. Not talons, fingers. Long and dark, with nails that were yellowed and curled like claws. The net had caught around her shoulders, twisting her limbs in on themselves, and I could see the structure of the wings as they bent and folded. Bone, tendon, and feather. Bird-like, yes, but not entirely. The bones were jointed like arms. Too human. Her eyes were open. Black, glossy, and very still. She didn't blink. She didn't move. She only watched. No one said what she was. Nobody explained. They dragged the net into a cage in the lower west wing, cut the cords loose, and just left. The cage door locked behind them, with a noise that felt too final for something still alive. I stood outside the bars and stared. The clipboard I'd been given had a single line of text at the top. Specimen number 14. Underneath it, someone had written, "Do not sedate. Feed raw protein. Monitor vitals. Temporary placement." That was all. I found a set of gloves, a set of tongs, and a tub of liver in the cooler room. It wasn't marked, but the smell told me what it was. I brought it down, piece by piece, and fed her through the bars. She watched, and ate, and blinked once. I set up a notepad on a tray stand and took basic vitals from a distance. I couldn't get close enough for detailed measurements, but I recorded her respiration. It was shallow but consistent. No vocalizations, no signs of aggression. I wrote everything down. Her anatomy was wrong. Not in a broken way, in a designed way. Bird structures aren't meant to carry human weight. Hollow bones are too fragile. But she had them. When she shifted her weight, I heard a low metallic creak, like wind chimes behind a wall. And that's when I realized the bones were not normal. I collected one of the feathers that had fallen and sent it for testing later. The results came back with trace elements I have never seen in biological samples. Titanium, nickel, something unlisted. It made no sense. Nature doesn't lace skeletons with metal. That's not evolution, that's design. I stayed there for hours, just watching. Couldn't help it. She hardly moved, just slow, steady breathing. And even that was fascinating. The way her shoulders lifted with each breath showed where the wing bones connected. Not like a bird's, not exactly. These were shaped more like arms. You could see where the feathers thinned out and skin took over again. Wings and arms. One system, 2 functions. Later, back on the cot, I couldn't sleep. I filled page after page of notes, diagrams, questions. comparisons. I wrote down every detail I could remember. The way she turned her head, the way her feet curled around the bars, the exact shade of her feathers. I thought if I could get it all on paper, I might start to make sense of her. But all I did was prove what I already suspected. She was a harpy. I mean that literally. One of those harpies. The kind from old stories, Greek ones mostly, where they lured men off ships, snatched food straight from the table, tore apart the wicked, and flew away screaming. You've heard about them, right? Wings like vultures, faces like women, claws that could rip a tree in half. Nobody ever agreed if they were demons or spirits or something in between, but they showed up everywhere, across different cultures, different times. Always the same idea. Part human, part bird, all danger. She fit. Every detail matched. Unfortunately, I didn't have that much time with her. The next morning, she was gone. The Institute sent instructions by envelope, the kind sealed in wax with no return address. The letter was typed and impersonal. It said to log the death, cremate the body, and report the loss under natural degeneration of incomplete specimen. I stared at that sentence for a long time. I didn't follow it. I waited until nightfall. Then I carried her out myself, wrapped in canvas, tucked in a transport case. I took her to the edge of the quarry, near the back of the old aviary building. The soil was loose, and the ground had eroded from past weather. I dug a space behind the wall where the birds used to nest. Wasn't deep, but it was far enough from the cameras and just close enough to keep an eye on. I buried her there, and labeled the location in my own files as specimen number 14, missing. I never told anyone. Sometimes, when I'm walking that wing at night, I hear the creak of weight in the rafters above me, like something shifting, like metal bones settling into rest. The cages are always empty, but I still leave out food once a week, just in case. Story number 2, Specimen 67. You've made it this far, so I think you're ready for more. You understand now that this isn't a normal zoo. We don't keep normal animals. We don't follow normal rules. And the things here don't survive on grain pellets or vitamin supplements. Some of them need meat. Fresh meat. And some of them, like the one I'm about to tell you about, need more than that. This story takes place in my second week on the job. One morning, I found a file sitting on my desk. It didn't come with instructions or a note, just a thick folder labeled Specimen 67. Inside were blood test results, scan images, handwritten notes, and one very short list of directions. The directions said, Room 9. Sedate twice daily. Keep restraints secured. Do not enter alone. Must be fed. Never speak first. Room 9 is located in the far east wing of the main building. That part of the facility used to be part of the hospital's intensive care unit. Now it's sealed off between two locked doors. The walls are reinforced. There are no windows. When I opened the viewing window for the first time, I saw a large man strapped into a steel chair. His arms were bound tightly at his wrists and elbows. A thick leather strap ran across his chest, holding him back against the frame. He wasn't moving. His head was bent forward, so I couldn't see his face at first. Then I noticed the head wasn't human. It was the skull of a bull. Not a mask, not a helmet. A real skull, with curved horns and worn bone. It was connected directly to his spine. There were no seams, no surgical staples. It looked like the bones had fused naturally, as if the body had grown that way on its own. That wasn't the only unusual thing. There were 2 heartbeats, one in the chest, one in the skull. Both slow but steady. You could hear them if you stood close. There was a heart monitor connected by a wire, and it gave off a single beep every 30 seconds. Not because he was dying. That was just his normal rhythm. I looked through the medical records. His body was human but heavily altered. He had large muscle growth, especially in the back and shoulders. His skin was thick, almost like leather, and there were dozens of scars. Some looked surgical, some didn't. The brain scans showed 2 kinds of electrical activity. One matched normal human patterns, thinking, language, decision-making. The other was something closer to animal behavior. Fight response, aggression, hunger. Both were happening at the same time. This wasn't a mutation, it was an experiment. His file said he was created by a man named Dr. Callow. I'd heard the name once before, during a conference in my second year of med school. He'd disappeared after being investigated for ethics violations. According to his notes, Callow believed that human instincts had become too weak. He thought emotions made us inefficient. So he tried to bring instinct back. He used animal glands and hormone treatments to change the human body from the inside out. He didn't just want strength. He wanted a creature that followed its urges without hesitation. No guilt, no fear, only drive. Specimen 67 was the result of that research. And now they live here with us at Bracken Hollow Zoo. The file said he had to be fed regularly. Didn't say with what, so I asked one of the senior handlers. They told me, "You don't need to worry about that. The benefactors handle it." I found out what that meant a few days later. A truck pulled up after dark. They kept the lights off, and I noticed there was no plate number. The driver stayed in the cab. 2 men unloaded a crate from the back and wheeled it inside. When they opened it, I saw a man inside. He was unconscious, maybe drugged. His hands were cuffed. There was a tag around his wrist. They took him straight to room 9. I wasn't asked to help. I checked the tag after they left. Had no name, just a case number. Later, I learned that the people in these crates are criminals, not people with speeding tickets. They are violent offenders, people with sealed records or who've disappeared from prison transfers. Officially, they're gone. Nobody's looking for them. This zoo has a deal with the government. It's not written down anywhere, but it's real. In exchange for continued funding and silence, the benefactors provide a steady supply of disposable people. The kind of people the system's already given up on. And the zoo uses them to feed the creatures that can't survive on anything else. That includes Specimen 67. They don't call him a man. They call him the Minotaur. He doesn't fight the restraints, doesn't yell. But when it's feeding time, you can hear what happens through the walls. The room is soundproofed, but not perfectly. You hear enough. One night, sedation failed. I was doing rounds when I noticed his vitals weren't showing up on the monitor. I went to check the wiring, and I saw the cable had been pulled out. I looked through the window, and he was sitting upright, still restrained, but awake. His head turned toward me. I didn't know what to do, so I spoke. I asked, "Can you hear me?" He looked at me for a long time. Then in a slow and clear voice, he said, Where's the boy who fed me? That was all he said. He didn't speak again, and I didn't know what he meant. There was no record of a boy in his file, no initials, no notes. Maybe he was a caretaker before me. Maybe it was someone from the lab where he was made. Maybe it was someone he remembered before all this. I don't have the answer, and I haven't asked again. Now, every time the truck shows up at night, I stay in my room. And a word of advice, since we're getting comfortable with each other. Don't go to room 9, even if you're curious. Especially if you're curious. My last assistant let curiosity get the better of him. He wanted to observe up close. I admire the initiative, but he didn't escape with all his limbs intact. He still sends postcards, believe it or not. Lovely penmanship, poor depth perception. I'd rather keep you in one piece. It's hard to run tests with only one arm. Harder still to write neatly. So be clever, be careful, and stay out of that wing. I have 2 more stories for you. They're short but important. You'll be working with both of these specimens closely, so you'll need to understand what they are, where they came from, and what they're capable of. Let's begin. Story 3. The Taxidermist's Daughter. Specimen 5 arrived in a wooden crate padded with velvet lining. She was packaged upright, with her arms folded neatly over her chest. Her body had been preserved carefully. A folded note had been placed between her hands. It said, "For continued observation, she may wake soon." She had the form of a human woman, but her body had been built from multiple animals. Her legs ended in the split hooves of a deer. Her arms were thin and long, with joints that bent too far. Small feathers covered parts of her back and shoulders, and thin wings, closer to a crow's than anything else, were attached along the shoulder blades. Her eyes reflected light and were vertical slit like a cat's. There were stitches along nearly every major joint. Her condition was stable. No decay, no rot, no signs of active circulation or brain activity, but also no decomposition. I placed her in a sealed observation room with controlled humidity and temperature. There were no restraints. I logged her in as Specimen 5 and ran basic scans over the following days. No movement, no sound. She opened her eyes on day 18 during a routine observation. She sat upright, turned her head toward me, and said, "Where's my father?" That was the first thing she said. I searched the crate again for any origin details. The address label was mostly scraped off, but one stamped line still showed part of a name. The Vail Institute for Anatomical Restoration. I cross-checked the name with our archive and found mention of a private medical facility in Vermont. It operated between 1889 and 1946 and was listed as destroyed by fire. Records of the institute mentioned one name several times: Dr. Thomas Greaves. He was an anatomist and a self-taught taxidermist. According to archived documents, his last experiment involved assembling a full human form using preserved parts from multiple animals. He died in 1903. There is no confirmed birth certificate or living record for Specimen 5. Her tissue structure shows signs of preservation chemicals from the early 20th century, similar to arsenic-based embalming fluid. I estimate she has not aged in over 100 years. She continues to ask about her father. She's not asked about anything else with the same consistency. She does not eat. She rarely speaks. When she does, it is limited to questions about the weather the passage of time, or unfamiliar sounds. She has no concept of digital devices or electric lighting, but does not seem afraid of them. She prefers to sit near the observation window when it rains. Bailey, my dog, likes her. This is unusual. Bailey growls at most specimens and ignores the rest. With specimen 5, she's calm. She often lies near the door of the room while the subject is awake. I have no explanation for this behavior, but I take it as a sign of low threat level. I asked Bailey once, "Do you know something I don't?" She scratched behind her ear and rolled over, which I took as either a no or a refusal to answer. This specimen confirms there are other facilities like ours, or at least there were. The Vale Institute was destroyed, but someone kept its work alive long enough to ship her here. That means we are not the only people collecting and studying these creatures. Someone else out there knows what we know. Story 4. The Candle Man. Specimen 34 was recovered from the basement of an abandoned research station outside Russia. When the recovery team arrived, the walls, ceilings, and floors were covered in a thick layer of wax. The wax was still warm. It had sealed doors shut and clogged ventilation ducts. There were signs of fire damage in every room. Burned equipment, melted wires, and several charred human bodies were found inside. In the central room, the team located a humanoid figure partially melted into the floor. They cut it free and transported it to Bracken Hollow in a sealed, heat-resistant container. The figure was warm to the touch. After arrival, the wax began to shift. Over the next 32 hours, the specimen reformed itself into a human-like body. The face had no clear features, just shallow indentations where eyes and a mouth should be. The rest of the body followed normal human proportions, but lacked skin texture. The entire surface was smooth and soft, like cooling wax. A single wick was embedded in the top of the skull. The wick remains unlit. We store him in a containment pod made of reinforced glass with temperature control. He emits constant heat from his body, enough to blister unprotected skin. When fully formed, he becomes aware of nearby movement. If a person enters the enclosure, he approaches slowly. If the subject gets too close, he reacts violently. One technician opened the chamber without authorization to take a direct sample. The specimen made contact. The technician was immediately covered in wax. It spread over his body in less than 30 seconds. When we pulled him out, he was fully encased, mouth sealed, limbs frozen, no visible breathing. We placed him in cryo storage. He remains alive but unresponsive. The behavior resembles how spiders trap prey in silk before feeding. The wax doesn't kill immediately. It immobilizes, preserves, and may serve a digestive function over time. We believe the specimen is capable of feeding through absorption. I told Bailey, he's like House of Wax, but worse. She stared at me, walked over, and knocked my coffee off the table. Fine, no jokes, I said. We were running tests to understand the regenerative proportions of the wax. Every time the body melts, it reforms exactly the same way. The wick remains centered. The limbs always form in the same order. The internal structure is not yet understood. X-rays are inconclusive. We are considering surgical methods, though past contact has resulted in rapid wax spread. He doesn't speak. He does not respond to sound, but he is aware of movement, temperature, and proximity. The pattern of his reconstruction suggests a memory of his own form, possibly a preserved mental image. The specimen came from a Russian sleep research facility that operated without oversight. The original purpose of the project is unclear, but some notes recovered on-site reference, endocrine system manipulation, and long-term deprivation studies. Whatever they were trying to create, it no longer resembles anything human. And that's it. Every story, every file, every half-rotted record I could reconstruct from the archives, my own notes, and whatever the last guy didn't set on fire before he left. I've given you everything I know. At least everything I remember clearly enough to trust. The rest is scribbled on scraps of paper or floating somewhere in my old field journals. If I find more, you'll be the first to know. But that's the history. And history, as you'll learn, doesn't do much screaming. The present does. You'll be working with these specimens up close, feeding them, observing them, testing them when appropriate, and staying out of reach when necessary. That part's important. These aren't stories anymore, not after today. These are now your responsibilities. They'll be waiting for you down in the quarry cages and behind reinforced doors. Some will speak, some won't. All of them will be watching. Consider what I've told you as a professional courtesy. Most new hires don't get a briefing. They get a key card, a bad flashlight, and instructions not to bleed on the floor. So take this for what it is, a head start. I look forward to seeing how you handle it. Bailey likes you, by the way. That's rare. I don't suggest you let it go to your head, but I'd pay attention to her instincts if I were you. She's never been wrong about a specimen or a person. Your cot is in the north wing, second door on the right. Sheets are clean. I left you a